and welcoming him. Honorable members NCLAT, we request you to kindly come up on the dais. Good morning and a warm welcome to the National Conference on Competition Law, organized by the Competition Commission of India as part of the AZADI AMRIT MAHOTSAV, Ministry of Corporate Affairs Iconic Wheel celebrations. As we assemble here in person, we are delighted to have stakeholders joining us virtually from across the country, including those who are taking part in 4 parallel regional competition advocacy programs in Bhopal, Cuttack, Hyderabad and Mumbai, scheduled right after the inaugural session. Ladies and gentlemen, on this very special occasion, it's our privilege to have with us Honorable Minister of State with independent charge for Ministry of Statistics and Program Implementation, Planning, and Minister of State, Ministry of Corporate Affairs, Rao Inderjit Singh Ji, who has very kindly consented to be the chief guest today. May I request Shri Ashok Kumar Gupta, Chairperson, Competition Commission of India, to accord him a floral welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, it's our pleasure to have with us Sri Rajesh Verma, Secretary, Ministry of Corporate Affairs, Government of India. I would request Ms. Jyoti Jinkar Bhanot, Secretary, Competition Commission of India, to welcome him with a bouquet of flowers. We are honored to have with us Honorable Mr. Justice Rakesh Kumar, Member, National Company Law Appellate Tribunal. May I request Ms. Jyoti Jinkar Bhanot, Secretary CCI, to welcome him with a bouquet of flowers. It's our privilege to have with us Honorable Dr. Ashok Kumar Mishra, Member, National Company Law Appellate Tribunal. I request Secretary CCI to welcome him with a bouquet of flowers. May I now request the Honorable Minister to kindly light the ceremonial lamp and inaugurate the conference. I request the other dignitaries on dais to kindly join in. may I now request Ms. Jyoti Jankar Bhanot, Secretary CCI, to deliver the welcome address.
Honorable Minister of State with independent charge, Ministry of Statistics and Program Implementation, Planning and MOS Corporate Affairs, Rao Inderjeet Singh Ji, Shri Rajesh Verma, Secretary to Government, Ministry of Corporate Affairs, Honorable Members of NCLAT, Shri Ashok Kumar Gupta, Chairperson CCI, members of the Commission, distinguished guests. We at the Competition Commission of India are delighted to organize this National Conference on Competition Law as part of AZADI Ka AMRIT MAHOTSAV, iconic week celebrations of the Ministry of Corporate Affairs, which commenced on 6 June at Vigyan Bhavan. CCI has been celebrating AZADI Ka AMRIT Mahotsav through a series of outreach programs, which essentially are steps towards deeper and closer engagement with its stakeholders. Today's iconic event brings all stakeholders together to celebrate the accomplishments made so far in creating a vibrant competition ecosystem in the country and to also plan a roadmap for the next 25 years, the Amrit Kal. On this special occasion, we are honored to have with us Rao Inderjeet Singh Ji, Honorable Minister of State with independent charge of Ministry of Statistics and Program Implementation, Planning and Minister of State Corporate Affairs. I extend a warm welcome to you, sir, on behalf of the Commission and all of us present here today. It's our pleasure and privilege to have with us Shri Rajesh Verma, Secretary, Ministry of Corporate Affairs, Government of India, whose support has always been a guiding force for CCI. I take this opportunity to extend a warm welcome to him. We are also privileged to have in our midst Honorable Mr. Justice Rakesh Kumar, Member, National Company Law Appellate Tribunal, and Honorable Dr. Ashok Kumar Mishra, Member in National Company Law Appellate Tribunal, who have kindly graced the occasion with their presence. Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav is a celebration of the remarkable journey of India and its people since independence. It gives us the opportunity to not only celebrate our nation's achievements so far, but to also reflect on our aspirations going forward. The Honorable Prime Minister's vision of Atmanirbhar Bharat envisages a self-reliant India, and central to the idea of self-reliance is the existence of well-functioning markets. Over the years, Competition Commission of India has pursued its mandate of promoting competition through effective enforcement combined with participative advocacy. It is in the spirit of Jan Bhagidari that compliance and self-correction have been advocated through proactive engagement with stakeholders with a view to prevent violation of law and complement enforcement. It is hoped that small changes at local level will add up to significant national gains. We have organized over 250 events under the aegis of ACAM at the national, regional, state, and local levels with varied stakeholder groups. Today's conference is an attempt to provide a forum for productive exchange of views between stakeholders on the pressing issues and challenges facing the competition law enforcement regime in India and globally. The two technical sessions on emerging issues in antitrust enforcement and in regulation of combinations bring together a set of distinguished panelists whose experience and insights are much valued. The 4 sessions, which would be held parallelly at different locations today, will further the outreach agenda of the Commission. I take this opportunity to extend a heartiest welcome to the session chairs, moderators, and panelists of the technical sessions and the regional workshops. We are delighted with the presence of so many distinguished participants present here, as well as those who have joined us virtually. With these words, I welcome all dignitaries and participants. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I would now request Shri Ashok Kumar Gupta, Chairperson CCI, to kindly address the August gathering and highlight some of the significant initiatives taken by CCI.
Honorable Union Minister of State Independent Charge, Ministry of Statistics and Program Implementation, Planning and MOS Corporate Affairs, Rao Inderjit Singh Ji, Secretary Ministry of Corporate Affairs, Shri Rajesh Verma Ji, Member NCLAT Justice Rakesh Kumar, Member NCLAT Dr. Ashok Kumar Mishra, Member NCLAT Shri Kanti Narhari, Ex-Chairperson CCI Shri Dharendra Kumar Ji, Ex-Member CCI Shri P.N. Parashar, Members of PFDRA Shri P.K. Singh Ji, Dr. Manoj Anand Ji, my colleagues in the Commission, officers of CCI, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It gives me great pleasure to address you all at this National Conference on Competition Law as we commemorate 75 glorious years of India's progress as an independent nation through AZADI Ka AMRIT Mahotsav dedicated to the people of India. We at the Competition Commission of India take this opportunity to reaffirm our unwavering commitment to protect the interests of our people by making markets work well for all. Well-functioning markets give consumers meaningful choices and give businesses the opportunity to compete on merits. The CCI, since its inception, has remained steadfast on its mandate to sustain and promote competition in the interest of consumers. It is by delivering on this objective that we strive to drive productivity, innovation, and dynamism in the Indian economy. The Commission over these years has strived to find the right balance in its enforcement actions across diverse sectors of the economy. Our aim has been to achieve market correction through cases that are efficiently scrutinized and conducted with procedural fairness. We believe that enforcement of the law has been robust, yet judicious, with interventions calibrated, keeping in mind the nature of contraventions, the sector involved, and the overall state of the economy. At the same time, we have strengthened and streamlined our procedures and processes so as to expedite the disposal of cases without compromising on principles of natural justice. Thus, over the years, we have addressed a variety of challenges, be it procedural, jurisdictional, interpretational, or capacity-related. As we enter Amrit Kal, the 25-year-long lead up to India at 100, we have to constantly strategize and retool ourselves in order to provide the necessary institutional support for a vibrant, well-functioning market economy. We have taken small steps, but pledged to do more towards this end. Given the potential growth in trade and technology in the coming years, and in view of the possibility that several sectors which were otherwise not open to real competition may also see new entry and activity, the role of the agency is set to expand substantially. We have to do everything possible to meet the challenge. Thus far, the Commission reviewed over 1,100 antitrust cases. Through these cases, the Commission has developed a sound body of jurisprudence. What is most gratifying is the behavioral changes that we have observed in market participants pursuant to our decisions. We have had an assertive enforcement agenda against cartels, given that they are the most fundamental threat to competition with no redeeming virtues. The Commission is continually adapting its cartel detection toolkit as enterprises now look for novel ways to collude. Forensic tools, data analytics, and dawn raids are increasingly becoming very useful methods during the investigation process. We are also incentivizing self-reporting through our leniency program, not just because it helps us unearth cartels, but also because leniency provisions can have a destabilizing effect on cartels by shaking the trust on which they stand. As India emerges as one of the biggest and fastest growing digital consumer bases, market distortions need to be corrected promptly. At the same time, while addressing the competition problems in technology markets, we must give due regard to aspects of innovation and efficiency. This balanced approach is also followed for the regulation of combinations. The Commission is committed to make sure that companies can effectively benefit from M&As where they do not undermine the functioning of markets. As we evaluate the likely harm to competition in terms of price and non-price aspects, we also take into account efficiency gains, new products, processes, and the fresh rivalry that M&As can bring about. We are mindful that mergers and acquisitions are crucial instruments for investment flows, creating economic synergies and contributing to the process of industrial development. They also help create scale economies for firms which are crucial for competing in today's globalized economic order. I am glad that CCI acts as a facilitator in this process through expeditious assessment of combination filings. The average time taken for the approval of combination cases has now come down to 17 working days. In over 900 combinations reviewed so far, remedies were ordered in only 22 cases, that is 2% of overall cases. These were in cases where the inquiry demonstrated harm to competition. We firmly believe that our balanced approach to regulation has resulted in a pro-market regulatory system that expeditiously facilitates synergetic transactions and combinations that have anti-competitive potential alone are subject to detailed review. As part of our ongoing efforts to reduce compliance burden, a major step was taken in 2019 through the introduction of Green Channel for automatic approval of non-problematic combinations. It is heartening that this trust-based system has received positive feedback from all quarters of the industry, and today, Green Channel cases constitute around 25% of total combination filings. CCI has remained steadfast by focusing on procedural simplification, speedy disposal, and lessening compliance. For instance, most recently, the requirement of providing information on non-compete arrangements in merger filings has been dispensed with, which has provided parties to the combination with the required flexibility to negotiate non-compete clauses and reduce the information requirements at the time of notifying combinations. Revised guidance notes have been issued which give parties to the combination clarification on the information to be filed with CCI. In near future, CCI would come out with FAQs for guidance of stakeholders and to provide clarity on diverse issues. I am happy to announce that these FAQs would be published in regional languages as guided by Honorable Union Minister of Finance and Corporate Affairs while visiting exhibition stall of CCI during MCA Iconic Day celebrations. Regulation cannot work with information deficit. Across our work streams, we are placing reliance on continuous dialogue and proactive engagement with stakeholders. Increasingly, CCI would be conducting more and more market studies for better understanding of the market structures and competition dynamics across critical sectors. Going forward, CCI would use such studies as a primary tool for reaching out to industry and experts to bridge information gaps and to place the competition regime on a strong intellectual foundation anchored in a clear understanding of evolving market circumstances. Curated workshops and other advocacy tools would be deployed to supplement such outreach initiatives of CCI. We must also be forward-looking in view of the growing number of cases and complexity in the digital sector and the increasing need for data and technology skills. We are now planning to set up a dedicated digital markets unit within CCI as a center of expertise for digital markets. In the interconnected and globalized world, it is also imperative that we remain alive to the developments taking place in different jurisdictions at global level, particularly in the context of new age markets. CCI is keeping a close eye on such developments to ascertain their relevance and feasibility in the Indian context. CCI has also already in place cooperation arrangements with various agencies and groupings. As a further step in this direction, CCI has been constantly and continuously widening and deepening its international cooperation arrangements, and I am happy to share that in the recent past, we have executed 3 more MOUs with our global counterparts. Such initiatives will go a long way in facilitating exchange of mutual learnings and experiences and thereby help in building capacities and fine-tuning our framework in light of the best global practices. The Commission's advocacy efforts have also been widened and fine-tuned to improve effectiveness and make the initiatives well-targeted. I would like to especially mention the State Resource Person Scheme. Under the scheme, 2 retired officers from the state governments are disseminating awareness on competition law by imparting training and organizing workshops and seminars for the procurement officers of various state departments. This scheme will go a long way in making the states active partners in promoting competition culture in the country. Advocacy across sectors remains a prime focus area for CCI. Policy measures and competition law can mutually reinforce the deepening of markets as well as making them function optimally. Our policy advocacy efforts aim to bring out these synergies as we recently did through our pharma sector market study. Equally important is spreading the message of competition and competition law among industry across the length and breadth of the country. The Commission realizes the enormity of the task and hence the need to have offices across regions. Our Southern Regional Office in Chennai and the Eastern Regional Office in Kolkata have been inaugurated by the Honorable Finance Minister. Soon we will operationalize our Western Regional Office in Mumbai. Besides deepening our advocacy efforts, the regional offices will make the Commission more accessible to stakeholders, even for enforcement purposes. Being a relatively young regime, the Commission has kept advocacy uppermost on its agenda. We have held more than 1,200 advocacy events with diverse stakeholders groups. The Commission's advocacy literature is being translated to different regional languages for better regional outreach. Today, the Honorable Minister will be releasing advocacy booklets in 3 more regional languages. Increasingly, we are pursuing customized, stakeholder-relevant advocacy initiatives. We see a reflection of this not only in improved compliance, but also in the quality of cases that we are receiving. The competition issues and evidence we get to see in the cases brought before us makes it evident that stakeholders now have a much better appreciation of the law and its nuances. We are conscious that the Commission, in addition to its enforcement and adjudication functions, has been accorded the role of an expert body with multifarious functions. In addition to directing investigation or orders against specific entities with the aim of eliminating a practice found to be pernicious, our role extends to that of an expert body advising the government on economic policies and promoting a culture of competition. Economic policy making is an act of balancing various objectives, and encouraging competition-driven efficiency in allocations is one such objective that should be placed on the table in policy-making discussions. To this end, the participation of CCI in policy deliberations and engagement with various arms of the government assumes great significance. Last month, we have celebrated our 13th annual day. Indeed, this journey has been quite eventful in terms of interventions and evolution of jurisprudence. Time is now ripe to take stock of the path traversed and the way forward. In this, CCI would be undertaking impact assessment of its interventions across select sectors of the economy to gauge effect and align our processes in light of the results of such exercise. Before I conclude, I would like to say that our goal is to build a regulatory regime based on trust and communication. The Commission is increasingly reaching out to the stakeholders to remove any disconnects between market realities and competition regulation. The objective of the Act and the Commission is not to create an additional hurdle for businesses, but to ensure a healthy, competitive environment which will bring out the best in them. We are cognizant of the fact that the working of the Commission has to be in harmony with the evolving business environment. Thus, we will continue to ease compliance burden and keep processes fair, transparent, and market-friendly. We look forward to reciprocation and cooperation from businesses in establishing the virtues of fair competition. Trust is necessarily mutual between industry and regulator. To make a trust-based regime sustainable, it is imperative that businesses adopt proactive compliance as the guiding light of corporate governance strategy. It is only then that our people and citizens will trust markets as an institution to spur economic progress and enhance consumer welfare. Today's conference is an attempt to bring all stakeholders together for an exchange of views and constructive dialogue on the emerging issues in antitrust enforcement, and regulation of combinations, we are honored to have in our midst the Honorable Minister Rao Inderjit Singh Ji. Our sincere gratitude to you, sir, for being with us. I look forward to productive and fruitful deliberations through the day and wish the conference a grand success. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. May I now request Honorable Dr. Ashok Kumar Mishra, Member NCLAT, to kindly address the August gathering.
This is Pan-India function. So let me start with Namaskar, Namaskara. Good morning to all my sisters and brothers. Honorable Minister Rao Inderjit Singh Ji, Sri Rajesh Verma Ji, Sri Ashok Kumar Gupta, Ma'am Jyoti Jinder Bhanot, and Ms. Satyavati Chakrabarti, and Dr. Verma. Justice Kumar, Justice Mr. Narhari, our brothers at NCLT, and all my fellow colleagues as an advocate or as other professionals. Let me tell you on this occasion, this is AZADI Ka AMRIT Mahotsav, and this act, which is hardly 11 years old in India, we have achieved much when we compare with the US. In the US, the same law came in the year, if my memory is correct, 1901. So in 100 years plus, what they have doing, we are still in the process, but we have achieved much in a period of 10 years. I can tell you as an evaluator, because sitting in NCLAT, we look at the output of the CCI, how they are protecting the interest of the economy. They are also protecting the interest, I should not say in general, but let me tell you, they are protecting the interest of the country on all the economic front. As a regulator, I have seen him how they are visualizing the issue, because filing an information, no doubt, is an important thing in a democracy. But you will have to, as a regulator, you will have to look into the various facets, and then you will have to evaluate it. We all know it deals with three things: anti-competition, combination, and all these are the three factors they are looking at. But in all those areas, they have to see how our economy to grow. At the same time, consumers should not lose. Otherwise, the dominance of the enterprise or other thing can always affect the economy. So let me tell you, without taking much time on this, because we have to hear our Honorable Minister and Secretary MCA. So at this juncture, I will tell you, my friends, I wish all the best for this institution and for the function today. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. May I now request Shri Rajesh Verma, Secretary, Ministry of Corporate Affairs, Government of India, to kindly deliver the special address.
Honorable Minister of State, Independent Charge, Ministry of Statistics and Program Implementation, Ministry of Planning, and Minister of State for Corporate Affairs, Rao Inderjit Singh Ji, Chairperson, Competition Commission of India, Sri Ashok Kumar Gupta Ji, Justice Rakesh Kumar, Honorable Member NCLAT, Dr. Ashok Kumar Mishra, Member of NCLAT, Dr. Sangeeta Verma, and Shri Bhagwan Singh Bishnoi Ji, members of CCI, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is my pleasure to address this August gathering at the National Conference on Competition Law. Let me at the outset compliment the Competition Commission of India for organizing this important program as part of the AZADI Ka AMRIT Mahotsav. CCI is actively engaged in organizing competition advocacy programs with Jan Bhagidari under the overall AZADI Ka AMRIT Mahotsav. It is heartening to note that since the launch of this AZADI Ka AMRIT Mahotsav, CCI has conducted more than 250 advocacy programs across the country, which is, I think, by far the highest number by any organization within the Ministry of Corporate Affairs. The stakeholders of these programs include academic institutions, state government departments, public sector undertaking, trade bodies, and professionals. It is also heartening to note that CCI has used digital technology to reach out to maximum stakeholders. I am sure CCI will continue these initiatives when we will be celebrating 75 years of independence in 2022 and even beyond for another 1 year up to 15th August 2023. AZADI का AMRIT MAHOTSAV is a tribute to the people of our nation. And we take this opportunity to acknowledge the role played by the Indian industry and entrepreneurs in the momentous journey of independent India. It is also an opportune moment to reiterate our commitment to providing an enabling environment that is conducive to the growth of corporate sector in the country. Ladies and gentlemen, the Indian industry has traversed a long way, gradually evolving into a strong and vibrant sector that is driving India's economic growth today. The private sector now contributes significantly to our economy, and we have witnessed the emergence of Indian multinationals on the global stage. The Ministry of Corporate Affairs is focused on providing a regulatory framework that facilitates the corporate sector to function productively and responsibly to help achieve our national aspirations. Corporate India will indeed play a key role in helping translate growth aspirations into concrete actions. But for that to happen, the corporate sector itself will need to change. Corporate India still has plenty of room to develop, grow, and become even more competitive. Economies of scale and consolidation will be key to achieving the competitive advantage. It will be erroneous to believe that once private enterprise constitutes a substantial portion of an economy, it has become a market economy. History is replete with examples when this has not been the case. There exist examples of economies that are capitalist, based on private enterprise, but still not open market systems. Competition law and its enforcement is thus an important constituent of a regulatory framework that can help corporate India achieve its potential. Unchecked, anti-competitive behavior hurts businesses. When incumbent dominant firms misuse the market power to keep competition at bay, or cartels drive up the price of essential inputs, or anti-competitive mergers weaken the competitive discipline of markets, businesses get affected. And more often than not, small businesses and new entrants bear the brunt of it. By protecting the process of competition and fair play in the markets, the Competition Act ensures freedom of businesses to compete effectively. The enactment of the Competition Act in 2002 and the establishment of Competition Commission of India was to lay the foundation of a competitions ecosystem in the country. By protecting the process of competition and fair play in the markets, the Competition Act aims to ensure freedom of businesses to compete on merits. It is a state-of-the-art act which promotes competition rather than curbing monopolies, which was previously the position under the MRPTB Act. The focus of public policy has changed fundamentally. The Act provides a robust framework for protecting competition, prohibiting anti-competitive agreements, abuse of dominance, and regulation of combinations. Regardless of whether the enterprise is domestic or foreign, public or private, the law spares none, it favors none. The idea is to provide a level playing field for all. From 2000 onwards, when the competition actually started working, there has been no looking back. As a market regulator, the Commission has a role to play at entry, operation, exit, and now even the rebirth of corporate entities. At the entry stage, as a part of its advocacy mandate, the Commission has to see whether there are entry barriers in the markets and whether the economic policies, industrial policy, etc., have put in place a level playing field. In the operation stage, the competition has to look at the overall ecosystem, individual sector policies, as well as functioning of businesses within and across all sectors to ensure that the competition is not only protected, but also promoted. The competition also regulates the exit strategies of the companies, that is through mergers, acquisitions, amalgamations. Even at the insolvency stage, when a company is being rescued, the Commission has a role to play. When approvals are required for acquisition, if the thresholds are beyond certain limits. Competition law and policy is also a tool towards better governance, since it advocates lesser controls and discretionary powers at the hands of government functionaries. At the level of enterprises, compliance with competition law is akin to good corporate governance. Corporate governance, as normally understood, is ethical conduct within the internal environment of the company. Similarly, compliance with the competition law is also akin to ethical conduct in the external environment of the company, principally in the marketplace. I'm glad to note that the Competition Commission of India has established itself as an effective and credible regulator over the past 13 years, which is a relatively short span, as Dr. Ashok Mishra was also mentioning, compared to the competition law jurisdictions that have existed over a century. Robust substantive assessment has been complemented by a consistent focus on procedural simplification, speedy disposal, and lessening compliances, as elaborated by the Chairman Competition Commission of India in his speech. It is heartening to note that under the Green Channel, the automatic system of approval for combinations introduced in August 2019, 56 notices have been received. The Green Channel route now constitutes almost about 1/4 of the total combination filings, demonstrating stakeholders' confidence. The Commission's increased emphasis on market studies as a means to engage with stakeholders has also been well received. I congratulate the Commission for its endeavors and achievements. Commission's advocacy efforts have also been widened and fine-tuned to improve effectiveness and to make the initiatives well-targeted. In this regard, I would like to specially mention the State Resource Person Scheme, which was elaborated by the Chairperson, Competition Commission of India, in his speech. I would like to briefly touch upon increasingly cross-border nature of businesses and, as a corollary, the competition concerns. Strong international cooperation is necessary in this globalized and increasingly digitized economy. It is heartening to note that one-to-one MOUs have been signed with national regulators of various countries. These MOUs present opportunities and open vistas to ensure cooperation in diverse areas of interest, sharing of information, and bolstering knowledge and acquaintance with each other's good practices. The regulatory regime of competition law has evolved well under the Commission's leadership, with constant calibration, evolving jurisprudence, mergers regulations, and leniency regulations. Our engagement with the Commission shows that the Commission is well equipped to meet the challenges that the future brings, and is also constantly making efforts to upgrade and reskill itself. Competition and effective competition regime in all its facets is critical to achieve our aspirational goals. An institution like Competition Commission of India is a propelling force to inculcate the culture of competition in this country. With that, I once again convey my compliments to Competition Commission of India, the members of the industry, and all stakeholders on this occasion of AZADI Ka AMRIT Mahotsav, and wish the National Conference all the success. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, this year the Competition Commission of India has completed 13 years of antitrust enforcement and 11 years of its combination review regime. We are delighted to present a short film showcasing CCI's journey through the years, the steps taken, and the milestones crossed. It's my pleasure and privilege to now request the Honorable Minister to kindly release the film by pressing the remote button.
The Indian economy has has witnessed a remarkable growth story over the past 2 decades on the back of comprehensive economic reforms, which have taken the economy to a new trajectory. At the core of its growth lie well-functioning markets favored by competition. Fair competition in markets ensures lower prices, better product quality, higher innovation and a wider choice set for the consumers. A market regulator committed to promoting and preserving the spirit of fair competition across all sectors of the economy is energizing this transformation with zeal. And that's the Competition Commission of India. CCI operates as an independent and statutory body to ensure competition and fair play in markets. India embarked on the path of economic liberalization in 1991 to ensure an effective legal framework to protect, promote and complement economic reforms. The Government of India came up with a Comprehensive Competition Act 2002 that was enacted on January 13, 2003. On May 20, 2009, the substantive provisions relating to anti-competitive agreements and abuse of dominance came into force. This was followed by the enforcement of provisions relating to review of combinations on June 1, 2011. During the last 13 years, CCI has strived to promote and sustain a competition culture across markets in India by passionately pursuing its motto, fair competition for greater good. The Commission, headed by chairperson and members, is working persistently to attain its objectives. CCI can initiate an inquiry on its own or take action on information filed by any person or references made by the government. CCI has so far examined more than 1100 cases of anti-competitive agreements and abuse of dominance. The Commission follows a laid-down inquiry process which is fast, transparent and based on the principles of natural justice. CCI quickly reacted to the COVID-19 pandemic and relentlessly followed its mandates and assisted stakeholders by taking measures to deal with the extraordinary situation. CCI has acted heavily on anti-competitive conduct and has passed a series of landmark orders to safeguard the process of competition and consumer welfare. From pharmaceuticals to cement, real estate, sports and digital economy, timely interventions by CCI have brought about market corrections and helped move towards a more competitive landscape. In order to gain a deeper understanding of markets and developments taking place therein, CCI has conducted extensive market studies. CCI reviews mergers and acquisitions above a certain threshold that may adversely impact competition in the market. Post such review, the combinations may be approved, disapproved, or approved with modifications. So far, the Commission has reviewed more than 900 merger filings. As an evolving and progressive market regulator, CCI has been regularly streamlining regulations and is taking steps towards ease of doing business. The Commission has introduced a simplified and trust-based green channel mechanism for automatic approvals, done away with the requirement of providing details of non-compete restrictions, and notified revised confidentiality regime. More than 25% of M&A cases have been filed under Green Channel. Majority of the CCI orders have been upheld by the National Company Law Appellate Tribunal and the Honorable Supreme Court of India. Going beyond enforcement, CCI engages with stakeholders through its advocacy initiatives. The Commission has published comprehensive advocacy material, including advocacy booklets in regional languages. It regularly reaches out to the stakeholders through workshops, seminars, lectures, roadshows and various social media platforms. In the last 13 years, more than 1,200 events have been organized across the country as the nation celebrates 75 glorious years of independence. CCI has conducted more than 250 advocacy programs as part of AZADI ka AMRIT MAHOTSAV, by engaging with its stakeholders to further the spirit of Jan Bhagidari in celebration of our nation's journey and achievements. CCI gives its expert opinion on legislations and policies from a competition perspective to the central government, state governments, and other statutory authorities. CCI reaches out to state government departments and PSUs through its State Resource Person scheme. Today, SRPs are present in 12 states and 1 union territory, and nodal officers in 21 states and 5 union territories. To expand its regional presence, CCI has opened offices in cities of Chennai and Kolkata. Over the years, the Commission has successfully carved an above-board position for itself and India in the global arena by fostering robust international cooperation with competition authorities around the world. CCI has hosted important events such as international conferences on BRICS, International Competition Network, wherein international delegates from around the world have taken part. CCI has signed 8 bilateral and 1 multilateral MOUs to strengthen international cooperation with leading competition authorities of the world. Change is in the air. CCI's enforcement measures and advocacy initiatives and other steps combined have inculcated a spirit of competition and fair play in the industry across sectors. CCI's intervention in public procurement has helped in savings to the government exchequer. The positive impact is apparent. This is just the beginning. CCI is contributing to the economic development and growth of the country by staying committed to its mandate of maintaining free and competitive markets for lower prices, better quality and greater innovation, thus playing its part in realizing the vision of Amrit Kal. Competition Commission of India, fair competition for greater good.
Under its advocacy mandate and as part of the AZADI AMRIT MAHOTSAV, CCI conducted a national essay competition for students on the topic Competition Law in New India Building Atmanirbhar Bharat. This was to create awareness and encourage scholarship in competition law and policy issues among the student community. Ladies and gentlemen, now it's time to announce the winner. Please put your hands together for our first prize winner, Ms. Pragya Bajaj. Ms. Pragya Bajaj is a student, Department of Law, University of Rajasthan, Jaipur. May I request the Honorable Minister to kindly present the winner's certificate to Ms. Bajaj. The award, ladies and gentlemen, comprises a certificate and a cash prize of Rs 50,000, which will be transferred digitally to Pragya's account. Under AZADI AMRIT MAHOTSAV, an online quiz on competition law was organized. This was on the MyGov platform. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a big round of applause to the first prize winner of our online quiz contest, Ms. Payal Yadav. Ms. Payal Yadav is from Ghaziabad. She works for a multinational company. I request the Honorable Minister to kindly present the winner's certificate to Payal. The award includes a cash prize of Rs 25,000, which will be transferred to her account. To further its regional outreach, CCI has been translating its advocacy literature in different regional languages. CCI's advocacy booklet is now available in 8 languages, and today we are adding 3 more to the list: Assamese, Gujarati, and Odia. May I request the Honorable Minister to kindly release the competition advocacy booklet in Assamese. Honorable Minister releasing the competition advocacy booklet in Assamese. May I now request the Honorable Minister to kindly release the Gujarati version. Ladies and gentlemen, Honorable Minister releasing the Gujarati version of the CCI advocacy booklet. Would now request the Honorable Minister to kindly release the advocacy booklet in Odia. Thank you, sir. As many of you would know, CCI brings out a quarterly newsletter titled Fair Play, which over the years has evolved to be a key conduit of CCI's communication with stakeholders on the major developments relating to the competition regime in India and abroad. A special edition of Fair Play has been put together, which is a compilation of the initiatives taken up by the Commission as part of the AZADI Ka AMRIT Mahotsav. I now request the Honorable Minister to kindly release the AZADI Ka AMRIT Mahotsav special edition of Fair Play in Hindi and English. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my privilege to now request our Honorable Chief Guest, Honorable Minister of State with independent charge from the Ministry of Statistics and Program Implementation, Planning and Minister of State Corporate Affairs, Rao Inderjit Singh Ji, to kindly deliver the inaugural address.
Mr. Rajesh Verma, Secretary Corporate Affairs, Shri Ashok Gupta, Chairman CCI, Honorable Members of the NCLAT, Ashok Misra ji and Rakesh Kumar ji, Members of CCI, Sangeeta Verma ji, Bhagwant Singh Bishnoi ji, lawyers, senior officers, and staff of the CCI, ladies and gentlemen. Here we are celebrating the 75th year of our independence. Also the 8th year of Narendra Bhai Modi's Sarkar. And in this iconic week that each ministry has been assigned to celebrate these momentous events, we are here gathered at this seminar to see how we can put India into the world's limelight all over again. And as I stand before you, and I see those murals at the back, depicting Indian soldiers, English soldiers, all in battle dress. And it comes to mind that after 200 years of ruling over us, what did the British really leave us? Apart from the love for the English language. And it comes to mind that the British, when they left India in a mess. We may have these pictures. They may have taught us the art of war. They used us in the First World War. They used us in the Second World War. Our soldiers sacrificed themselves on the fields of Flanders in Africa. And British rule was a rule on which the sun never set. But according to Agnes Madison, who's an economist of world fame from a university in Holland, and also a member or a fellow of the University of Cambridge, when the British began to dominate or dominated India in the mid-18th century, 1850, 1860, after the First War of Independence of 1857, India had a share in the world economy of around 24 to 25%. And 200 years down the line, when in 1947 the British left India, our share of the world economy was only 3%, measly 3%. From 24%, we were left with 3%. And the British Empire survived, flourished at our expense. I also get to this feeling that when they left us, they destroyed our educational system. And Lord Macaulay, who was one of the Governor Generals of India in those days, when the British had overriding powers, had conquered, say, the whole of India, Lord Macaulay went and told the British government, we have conquered the land that is called India. But we have not conquered the minds of the people of India. And unless we can subjugate the Indian people properly, we will not be able to rule for them forever, as he expected to do. And to rule over the minds and to subjugate the minds, we have to change the educational system of India. Reverse it. Make them love the English language. Make them see things in black and white, that white is better. If you have chitty skin, you are good. If you have a brown skin, you are bad. And so you follow the ways of the white people. Do away with the old traditional system that India had for centuries and which made India a world economic power. Some people defeated us, but mostly whoever came to India, we assimilated them. And India prospered in spite of all the people who came across the mountains, jealous of our wealth, took some of it away, but we got back together again and we again prospered. And coming to our lifetimes, the 75 years that we have been independent, look at it. When India became independent, only 16%. When India became independent, 47, only 61% of our economy was agriculture. Not only, most of it was in agriculture, 61% of our economy was agriculture. Today, 75 years later, only 16% of our economy depends on agriculture. And who are the new creators of this wealth? Who are the new kids on the block? Services, manufacturing, industry, information technology, and not to mince words, foreign direct investment comes to our country because of the rule of law. And today, when I'm here in this seminar of the CCI, I remember the days when I was in college and I had to study an act called the Monopolies and Restrictive Trade Practices Act. Mr. Gupta assures me that it has metamorphosed into the CCI, very ably so, by all reports that I can see. The question is that can we get over this legacy of the British where we suspect our neighbor, where we are jealous of our neighbor, and if he is doing well, we must pull his leg down. That's where you come in, to ensure that there is fair practice in business, in all dealings that's economic. And for that you are assembled here. You're the best minds that we have, at least we think you're the best minds that we have, and therefore you have been put in positions here, those that are on the dais and those that are sitting over here. We hope that you can make an overriding attempt to wash out all the British taught us that was negative, that went in their favor but went against the Indian ethos that had survived for millennia, for thousands of years, and had made us a great nation. The world perceives us as a rising power. Can we see ourselves as a rising power? The question that we have to inculcate in our people and in our forces, in our economists, industrialists, services wallahs, is belief in themselves, not belief in those red-coated messengers of the British Raj. And so today, I wish to say this, that the government, when we gained independence, was mostly into infrastructure. They controlled most of the industry. Birlas and Tata used to come to mind, only two people who used to create wealth in the country. But most other industry was government-owned, public-owned. Today, the government has changed its role, especially during these 8 years of the Modi regime. We have changed this role. We are not a regulator anymore. We're not an inspector anymore. We're a facilitator. And if we are a facilitator, we want to know that you are doing things in the right way. You're not pulling your neighbor's leg. You're not coveting his land. And that together, if you work and pull together, you can again become a nation that India once was. And not that India in this lifetime of ours, in these 75 years that we have since independence, not that we looked up to once. I remember my younger years, and those that are sitting here, perhaps they also remember the younger years, when India was the leader of the non-aligned movement. Anybody who got independence from foreign persecutors looked up to India because we were able to raise a voice. We were heard, but not always listened to. The economic power is what's going to make us not only audible, but persuasive in whatever we wish to implement vis-a-vis the world. And foreign policy being one of them. The world has now become smaller. Everybody commutes, connects immediately with anybody else all across the globe. The foreign policy that once had been watered down, and we were influenced by this bloc and we were influenced by that bloc, has come a full circle again. India looks to itself first and looks to others afterwards. Only after we have looked after ourselves can we look after the world. And the foreign policy, on that score today, I'm proud to say that we are still that non-aligned movement. Russia has been a partner for decades, ages. When everybody else who was a big power was sending fleet, 7th Fleet, to the Bay of Bengal, when Bangladesh was liberated, Russia stood by our side. Today, what I have to say is this, that Russia and Ukraine are having a problem. Fair enough. We have a problem with China. We have a problem with Pakistan. Nobody takes sides with us. Everybody just sort it out amongst yourselves, amongst the subcontinent itself. Why should we be pulled into a block that says side with Russia or side with Russia? I say, and the government says, and Modi ji says, and the foreign policy says, India sides with India first and foremost and always. And if we were to side with anybody, at all, we must remember this. Who controls these wars? The arms lobbies. Who benefits the most? The arms lobby. जो बनाते हैं, उनके तो खाने भर जाते हैं, उनके तो खजाने भर जाते हैं, और दूसरे लोग अपनी जान गंवा बैठते हैं। पर उनके लिए हम अपने आदमियों को, अपनी हैसियत को और अपनी इकोनॉमी को खतरे में डालें, ये भारतवर्ष के लिए उचित नहीं है। तो मैं यूं आपसे कहना चाहता हूं साथियों कि we have covered a long distance. But 75 years in a nation's life is a very small, significant amount. But even though it's a small, significant account, it is progressing. Time is progressing for the world in a geometrical progression. Fatafat. 100 years in 1200 AD is not the same as 100 years in 2022 AD. And so we have 100 years is a century. So in 100 years, we wish to project or leapfrog from this position down there, where we missed the industrial revolution of the 18th century. We wish to leapfrog from here and down up all to the platform where the British powers, where the American powers, European powers, the so-called developed economies stand. And we can do it. And just to cite an example, I wish to say to you that the tigers of Asia, the so-called economic tigers of Asia were who? Vietnam, Cambodia, Bangladesh even. And post-COVID, what is the situation? Vietnam in 2013-14 grew, their GDP grew at 5.6%. Post-COVID in 21-22, it grew at only 2.6%. Bangladesh, our neighbor, which we liberated, in 2013-14 grew at 6%. In 2021-22, it grew at 5%. Cambodia 7.4% to 2.2%. The so-called Asian tigers have floundered. And we, in 2012-13, when our government came to power and Modi became the Prime Minister, we were 6.4%. And today we are running at 8.7% as per the latest thing. UK, which ruled over us, 2013-14 grew at only 1.9%. We grew at 7 point, and now growing at 7.4%. These are figures, maybe just you say the statistics, but I think I believe that if you don't know these statistics, and I happen to believe that these are true statistics because I happen to control the ministry as well, that if we can achieve this post-COVID, in a span of 2 years, we have left all these fellows behind. We are progressing faster than them. All our rulers, all our neighbors. What can we not achieve in the 25 years that are to follow from here onwards? So for this, we must all work together. कंधे से कंधा मिलाकर के सबका साथ, सबका विकास, सबका सहयोग, इसके बिना नहीं चलेगा काम। और हम आज के लिए अपने लिए नहीं कर रहे, अपने देश के लिए कर रहे हैं, आने वाली नस्लों के लिए कर रहे हैं। और इसके लिए मैं आपको आह्वान करता हूं कि जिस भी जगह के ऊपर आज के दिन आप मौजूद हैं, कलम जहां पर आपके हाथ के अंदर है, आप अपने दिमाग से सोच करके, अपने दिल से सोच करके उसके ऊपर फैसला करिए, ना कि अपनी जेब में क्या है उसके ऊपर सोच करके फैसला किया जाए। यही मेरा आपसे अनुरोध है। धन्यवाद और जय हिंद।
Thank you so much, sir. May I now request Sri Ashok Kumar Gupta, Chairperson CCI, to present a memento to the Honorable Minister as a token of our gratitude. Request Chairperson Sir to thank Sri Rajesh Verma, Secretary, Ministry of Corporate Affairs, Government of India. A token of gratitude. May I now request Chairperson Sir to thank Honorable Mr. Justice Rakesh Kumar, Member NCLAT. Request Chairperson to present a memento to Honorable Dr. Ashok Kumar Mishra, Member NCLAT. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my honor to now propose a vote of thanks on the conclusion of the inaugural session of this National Conference on Competition Law. On behalf of the Competition Commission of India, I convey our sincere gratitude to the Honorable Minister of State with independent charge for Ministry of Statistics and Program Implementation, Planning, and Minister of State Corporate Affairs, Rao Inderjit Singh Ji, for having spared his valuable time to be with us this morning and inaugurating the conference. As CCI, through the celebration of AZADI Ka AMRIT Mahotsav, reaffirms its resolve to preserve and promote competition in all economic spheres in India, sir, your address has deeply inspired and motivated us. Your truly inspirational address has helped us look at our role in the context of the larger economic imperatives facing the nation today. We assure you, sir, that CCI will spare no effort to play its role of a facilitator and contribute towards the collective endeavor in making India an economic superpower once again. We thank you, sir, for kindly releasing the CCI film, the special edition of Fair Play, the regional versions of the advocacy booklet, and for honoring the winners of the essay and quiz competitions. We are most grateful to Sri Rajesh Verma, Secretary, Ministry of Corporate Affairs, Government of India, for his kind presence, his insightful address, and his unstinting guidance and support to CCI. Our sincere gratitude to the Ministry of Corporate Affairs for their kind support in putting together this iconic event. I take this opportunity to thank Honorable Mr. Justice Rakesh Kumar, Member NCLAT, and Honorable Dr. Ashok Kumar Mishra, Member NCLAT, for kindly gracing this occasion. We thank all distinguished speakers of the technical sessions for kindly accepting our invitation and for being a part of this initiative. The presence of so many distinguished participants today, representing diverse stakeholders, is a source of great encouragement to us. I'd like to extend our warmest thanks to each one of you. Our thanks also to the stakeholders who have joined us online from across India. Last but not the least, the successful curation and organization of this program owes much to the hard work of the conference organizing team at CCI. I thank our team and hope the conference proves to be a rewarding experience for all. With that, on behalf of CCI, I once again thank the Honorable Minister for being with us today. I now invite all of you to please join us for high tea. We reassemble here at 11:45 for technical session 1 on emerging issues in antitrust enforcement. Thank you very much.
after that, I was in SEBI for around 20 years.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are starting our technical session. First technical session. Request you to please be seated. Request our panelists and session moderator to kindly come up on the dais.
So the issue is not if the market is naturally record, there will be dominant players. So the issue is not monopolistic position, the issue is monopolistic behavior. Using that tool. But I'm a non-executive.
May I request Ms. Nisha Podar, moderator of Technical Session 1, to please come up on the dais. We are about to begin the session. Ms. Nisha Podar.
Do you have a number?
We are waiting for our session moderator to join. We'll begin the session shortly.
She's right, I think she got a service and
Apologies for the delay. We are waiting for the session moderator to join us, and she'll be with us shortly.
There she is.
There she is. So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our first technical session on emerging issues in antitrust enforcement. Dr. Sangeeta Verma, member CCI, is the chair for this session, and Ms. Nisha Podar, editor, CNBC TV 18, is the moderator of the session. So Nisha has just come in, so I request her to now start the proceedings.
Very good morning. Can you hear me? A very good morning to all of you. And this is going to be a very, very interesting session. I have personally tracked Competition Commission of India since its inception, and I can really easily say that it's become such an emphatic organization or regulatory body. And before taking any decision in any businesses and in corporate India, now the CCI regulations are very well understood, and people take decisions based on how CCI is going to approve or disapprove their actions. So it's become extremely important now, and it's evolved over the years. But now, as new emerging companies and new trends, new age companies are developing, we are also developing the enforcement, the laws, and the regulations along with that when it comes to antitrust. So today we are going to discuss from this panel the antitrust enforcement issues that are emerging now, and how to, with the industry mindset also being incorporated, deal with some of those issues, get the global aspects also in place so that we are aligned with the global antitrust laws as well, and the learnings from there. So we are going to discuss all those aspects, but to begin, I will definitely want the chair to first address us on this very important aspect. Ma'am.
Thank you very much, Nisha. Thank you very much, Nisha. It was nice to hear you say that competition matters and competition laws are at the forefront of industry today. It has been our endeavor, and I'm glad it has taken place. Chairman Mr. Gupta, Member Mr. Bishnoi, all our distinguished invitees and friends, a very good morning to everybody. Let me welcome you once again. We've been doing it since morning to this iconic event of the CCI to discuss the emerging issues in antitrust enforcement. A very warm welcome to all our distinguished panelists and to Ms. Nisha Poddar, who will guide us through this complex matters and the whole gamut of issues that we will be discussing in the forenoon today. In this session, we have set out to discuss the very complex but extremely interesting emerging issues in antitrust enforcement. I will be leaving the deliberations to our erudite panel, but in the capacity of chair, I would like to share a few of my observations. We have heard in the morning that the CCI has now completed 13 years of its enforcement, and we have recently celebrated our 13th annual day. So yes, we are now in our teens. And during this period, as competition law enforcers, we have tried to foster a public good, that is competition. It is well understood that unrestrained private action can lead to market distortions that break the link between liberalized markets and productivity and innovation gains that these markets are expected to bring. The core mandate of this commission is to prevent such market distortions. It is here that the role of antitrust enforcement becomes crucial. Our ex-post enforcement regime, as most of the people in this hall would be knowing, in this august audience would be aware, is enshrined in Section 3 and Section 4 of the Act. We have been able to, over time, develop a substantive body of rulings on anti-competitive agreements, as well as unilateral conduct, through these Sections 3 and 4 provisions. Till date, the CCI has intervened to cause market correction in all the important sectors of the economy. Some of these are cement, real estate, pharma, entertainment, coal, and digital markets. Speaking of digital markets, a significant change that all of us have noticed over the last 2.5 years is that the pandemic has caused a behavioral change. It has caused a behavioral shift amongst buyers and businesses to online channels of distribution. Even though the use of online distribution as a matter of intermediation had started much earlier, but the pandemic has really accelerated it. So what has happened is that business users no longer have an option not to use these channels to reach their consumers. At the same time, this technology has led to reliance on a small cohort of technology platforms. Not only users like you and me, businesses in India, be they retailers, hotels, restaurants, app developers, they all today depend on a handful of intermediary platforms to connect with their customers online. Given their control over data and online real estate, platforms are in a unique position to influence consumer choices and also to steer consumer traffic to specific businesses. This unequal bargaining position in conjunction with the intrinsic features of digital platforms raises some serious concerns for competition and contestability. As market regulators, we cannot overlook these challenges that the market power and business practices of such platforms pose to other market participants. Even small actions on their part may marginalize their rivals. These may also distort competition between businesses that depend on them in some connected downstream market. New age platforms have been the focus of our attention over the last few years. The cases handled range across verticals, such as online marketplace platforms, app stores, payment gateways, online travel, food aggregators, and so on. The cases relate to issues such as self-preferencing, leveraging, data privacy, deep discounting, etc. Examining the conduct of these online digital platforms through the enforcement route and addressing the anti-competitive concerns has been challenging at various levels. At the macro level, two issues have been a matter of debate across the globe. The first is whether the existing antitrust legal frameworks are equipped to deal with the conduct of these platforms, or are new enforcement regimes needed? And the second is the enforcement route on itself and by itself sufficient, or is some form of ex-ante regulation needed? Across the world, this has meant a relook at existing competition legislations, and some tweaking of competition laws has taken place in some jurisdictions. In some other jurisdictions, legislations with ex-ante powers to regulate digital markets are either at a proposal stage or at an advanced stage of becoming law. For us also, the emergence of digital markets has brought novel competition issues and concerns. These are new to our understanding and to our assessment frameworks. The sheer scale of transactions and the transparency issues associated with digital markets add to the complexity. But our advantage is that our act is quite flexible. It allows examination of most of the conducts that may raise a competition issue. To give an example on the abuse of dominant position, the provisions of the Act allow the Commission to look at a range of competition harms. It can look into any conduct or any act of a dominant player that may result in, say, denial of market access or amount to leveraging, etc., giving us a lot of flexibility to examine the conducts in digital market cases. But Section 4, however, as we all know, applies only when an entity is dominant. But many of the platform markets in India have market structures such that under the traditional assessment framework, the entity may not be found to be dominant. These players but do have a significant market power, and their conduct can be quite akin to a unilateral conduct by a dominant player. Moreover, entities with market power often adopt the same practices. So multi-homing between platforms cannot mitigate the concerns of business users. While our law does not provide for collective dominance, it does allow for examination of vertical agreements of entities with market power that have the potential to cause appreciable adverse effect on competition. The Commission has, accordingly, taken up the concerns in e-commerce under the provisions relating to vertical agreements. Some practices followed by these intermediaries may harm business users and may still require scrutiny. I hope we discuss the possible regulatory approaches today to address conduct arising from the market power of these entities. On the challenges related to assessment frameworks in big tech markets, I would say that it is no longer a matter of debate that regulators have to go beyond price-centric parameters and traditional theories of harm. Instead, we have to look at the specificities of each platform. We need to understand the specificities of each platform. And the assessment of harm then should account for factors such as data, quality, choice, privacy, and innovation. But the questions that arise when we try to look at harm on these counts is how easy is it to assess harm on these parameters? Should presumptions be made about certain conduct by dominant firms guide decision-making? Should that guide our decision-making? Is the industry, and there I think there is a great responsibility on industry, it has been mentioned in the morning also, facilitating this kind of assessment by providing data and inputs in unequivocal terms. Do the competition authorities have the skill sets to sniff out these harms? On our part, at the Commission, we are building capabilities in the Commission through our case experiences, market studies, which have been again mentioned in the morning, a proposal to set up a dedicated digital market unit, training programs, and extensive dialogues with competition authorities across the world. But we do look for complete cooperation from industry to be able to take this forward. And as you can see from what I have just said, there seem to be more questions than answers, and I'm hopeful that today's discussion will help us to answer some of these questions with greater clarity. Let me now very briefly touch on the challenges raised to other things like procedural issues. No doubt, we would want the best procedural standards to be followed, but every procedure, we all know, involves time. And in digital markets, given how dynamic they are, loss of time may lead to irreversible harm to competition. So regulators have to balance between procedural fairness and timely correction in digital markets. To overcome delays due to long drawn-out investigations and adjudicatory processes, many countries, as I mentioned earlier, are adopting ex-ante regulations. These are to prescribe rules for digital platforms. The Digital Markets Act in the EU is one such. It seeks to regulate the conduct of big digital market platforms who have achieved the status of a gatekeeper. In India, different government departments are working on regulations for digital players. These include a data protection bill as well as e-commerce rules. Coming to the traditional markets, cartels remain our top priority. There can be nothing more pernicious than the market having competitors who agree not to compete with each other. So we apply the strictest approach towards cartels. We have a very well-established leniency regime to encourage enterprises to cooperate in uncovering cartels. In the last few years, CCI has handled more than 20 leniency cases and awarded reduced penalties to applicant members of cartels. In addition, we have also been initiating cartel investigations suo motu. Another issue relevant to antitrust enforcement is a concern regarding confidentiality. So after a rigorous consultation process, we have recently introduced a comprehensive confidentiality regime. The objective was to establish a robust process for information sharing so that parties can present their cases effectively without compromising the sanctity of their commercially sensitive information. During the celebrations for the AZADI ka AMRIT MAHOTSAV earlier this week, the Honorable Union Minister for Finance and Corporate Affairs, Srimati Nirmala Sitharamanji, while appreciating CCI's contribution for bursting cartels and regulating mergers, also highlighted that regulators need to understand and meet the challenges of a digitized era, ensuring that they are not left behind when the entire world adapts to greater digitization in the next 25 years. I'm glad that the distinguished panelists today represent varied stakeholder groups, and I'm hopeful that today's discussion on some of the emerging issues in antitrust enforcement will help us brace for times to come. With that, I will hand over to Ms. Poddar to take us through this complex discussion today, and thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Very well encapsulated the entire ecosystem and the challenges we are facing and the new kinds of harms and new kind of market conditions which are really appearing before us in the market, and an ability to understand that and to address those concerns is very important. So I have with me the entire panel with all the insights and the perspective that is required to thrash out these details and come to some sort of solutions for the way forward on which CCI as well as the industry can really work towards. So I'll first, ask Jyoti ma'am to tell us about her experiences, the challenges, the real-life challenges that you are facing, ma'am, right now as the antitrust enforcement is evolving and in new age businesses, how there are certain hurdles that you are facing.
Would you like to introduce the panel?
So
I would request
Nisha,
you to first introduce the panel, either you or
so
Nisha.
maybe Nisha, can I request you to introduce the panel before we
Sure.
on to
Before we proceed.
All right, so let me introduce the panel. Of course, Dr. Sangeeta Verma, the member CCI, she's the chair of the session, and Ms. Jyoti Jindkar Behnot, who's the advisor to CCI in enforcement. She's done a lot of work, very senior person. I have interacted with her for so long since the inception. Dr. K.D. Singh, the director at CCI, a very strong hold on the processes, and he will reflect on a lot of aspects which are very, very technical, and we'll get a lot of understanding on that. From the legal side, we have Mr. Ramji Srinivasan, who's a senior advocate at Supreme Court of India. And in the side chat, I have learned a lot from him, and his perspective will add a lot of legal context to how the meeting of CCI as well as the industry really takes place. Manu Chaturvedi, advocate, Delhi High Court, done a lot of work on antitrust and has a lot of perspective on a lot of aspects in real life issues that the companies are facing and going ahead with some of those critical technical aspects as well when it's concerning the CCI aspects. Sanjeev Bikhchandani, I have known for a very long time, founder and executive chairman Info Edge. We can safely say that he's the pioneer when it comes to the new age space in India, the first listed company in this particular space, and now a very, very senior corporate head and a leader, a thought leader in this particular space. Suraj Saran, who's the co-founder at Delivery. We know that this company had a listing at a time when the markets were really tentative, and the company is still holding above the IPO price, and a very, very well-regarded logistics full bouquet logistics company, which has come in the listed space with a lot of focus on new age and technology, which is so required in this particular sector. He will add to a lot of perspective on how the industry is moving and what else is required from the regulatory standpoint to support the growth of the industry as well. And last but not the least, Dr. Rajat Katuria, who is the dean at Shiv Nadar University. I have just got to know him, but he has a lot of thoughts on how globally things are developing and where we can be moving going forward to get the gold standard when it comes to our regulations as well. So I really welcome all the panelists and look forward to a very good discussion. Jyoti ma'am, would you begin with the challenges that you're facing, some of the real life issues in this particular aspect, and then we can reflect further on that.
Thank you so much, Nisha, for introducing the panel. And at the outset, I also thank honorable member for her opening remarks and for having set the agenda for the discourse by the panel. So I have been very fortunate to have been associated with the major part of this enforcement journey of CCI, and having observed it very closely, I can safely say that in recent times, we have witnessed a paradigm shift in the types of antitrust cases and issues that are coming before us. Increasingly, cases related to new age markets are coming before the Commission. And this in a way is very natural, that increasingly more and more economic activity is taking place through digital players. Internet is facilitating that, and a small number of firms have taken a key intermediation platform position across verticals. The distinct characteristics of the digital markets are quite well known now, so I will not spend time mentioning those, and would try to focus my thoughts on the emerging issues in antitrust enforcement, primarily from the enforcer's perspective. So from enforcer's perspective, this phenomena of tectonic shift in markets has posed multifold challenges. Firstly, the complex business structures and models have evolved based on advanced technologies. Diversity and complexity of anti-competitive agreements has increased with use of new arrangements such as hub and spoke model, algorithms, blockchain technology, which is a challenge both for the investigator as well as CCI, because what it prerequisites is a very deep, proactive, sound understanding of the underlying technology, of the product in question, the market, the interplay between various players within the entire ecosystem, the incentives and the strategies that drive these arrangements. So enforcers, in a way, need to be ahead of the curve, and that, of course, is not a small task to ensure that there is no misuse of digital ecosystem and regulations don't fall short. Now, another distinction from the traditional market is that due to the data-driven and indirect network effects and multi-sided nature of these markets, the impact of the practices gets amplified and may not be confined to the product in question, but may actually permeate across several products and services, and thereby affecting the entire ecosystem. So any analysis which is undertaken cannot be in isolation and must factor in these interdependencies. And these, therefore, unique characteristics make it very difficult to apply the conventional competition law framework and necessitate change in approach and application. Well, there are very often efficiencies associated with these services which are offered. They bring several benefits to the consumers in terms of free offerings. At the same time, there may be consumer harm in terms of deterioration of quality standards, privacy, lack of choices, and adverse effect on competition. So in this backdrop, another challenge before the enforcer is how to weigh these efficiencies qua the harm, and how to strike a balance so that while we are able to address the harm, we do not take away the incentives for innovation. And in this regard, the approach of the Commission has always been thus to have a very proportionate and targeted, well-calibrated intervention, because the benefits that these markets bring to the table need to be retained. These are also epicenters of innovations and solutions for the problems which are being faced by the people. So striking this balance is at the core of the challenge. And assessment in rapidly changing digital markets also cannot be relied on a static approach, and what needs to be followed is a dynamic approach at every stage of assessment, be it defining the relevant market, assessment of market power, analyzing the conduct, or even giving remedies. just to give an instance of how these approaches evolve, the dynamic approach the Commission has to follow. Initially, the online and offline markets were basically, platforms were basically considered as just alternate distribution channels and were thought to be part of the same market. But over a period of time, when consumers started and businesses started relying more and more on these channels, what has emerged is a clear preference or distinct characteristic of the online markets, which may require them being treated as separate markets. Similarly, on the assessment of dominance, the traditional parameter of market share is losing its significance and has and it is coming to the fore that it has huge limitations, and it needs to be complemented with several other considerations like the network effects, the vertical integrations, the countervailing forces, switching cost, and other such parameters which have to be duly factored in. And another important aspect which is before the Commission in attending to these cases is the need for timely attending to the harm that they may bring to the markets. Because of the very fast evolving nature of these markets, if we take too much time, the market may actually tip in favor of the incumbents, and it may be too late, or it may involve a huge cost to intervene. And that is why it is very important to review our processes, the entire legal framework, and deliberate that how this can be expedited. And lastly, one important aspect related to the issues which are coming before is that these competition issues do not happen in isolation, and very often the competition issues have basically interface with other policy objectives like intellectual property rights, privacy, and consumer protection. So this calls for a very holistic approach and a committee between regulators, and so that, and also that we basically the entities do not use this as an opportunity for regulatory arbitrage. So with these points, I look forward to the panel to respond that how CCI can address these challenges. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. So a lot of issues have been raised by you, and we'll delve deeper into that. But let me also now invite Mr. K.D. Singh to deliberate on the processes and how some of these processes are now developing. What are the real-life practical issues being faced according to you as you see it as a regulator, and what is the regulatory approach towards these processes?
When we talk about emerging issues in antitrust enforcement, I see it from two angles. One is the substantive part, and another is the procedural aspect. Now, a lot of new issues and new proposals in terms of ex-ante regulations and to strengthen the existing regime, they have been recommended by the expert panel, Competition Law Review Committee as well, and the global debate is also going on. So substantively, even the existing law has been found to be quite robust by the expert panel. So it does not leave any type of anti-competitive conduct which is not presently captured. But to go for an efficient and smooth enforcement, we need to have both the wheels of substantive and procedural aspect going. Because if any one of them is not moving, then at the end of the day, the interventions cannot see the logical conclusion. So to my mind, apart from this discourse on substantive issues, we need to be very alive and cognizant of the procedural aspects, because they may derail the whole of the inquiry and the investigation process. In this, I would just like to mention that CCI has only recently completed 13 years of its enforcement experience. Now, 13 years is not a very long period in the journey of any regulator. If you compare it to any other law, for example, Indian Penal Code of 1860, now that has a rich jurisprudence of 160 years. So these procedural bottlenecks, they get accentuated in the context of a young agency, in the context of a young law that is more complex, being economic in nature. So therefore, these challenges are at the central stage. And until and unless we resolve these due process and procedural challenges, despite having a robust substantive regime, we would not be able to take the wheels of enforcement forward. So this is my first thought, that both substantively and procedurally, we have to be attuned and in step with the global developments. Having said that, coming to the specific issues I would mention. Now, for example, we have a new confidentiality regime in place. In antitrust inquiries and investigations, there are a lot of sensitive, commercially sensitive data which are given not only by the parties under investigation, but even by the third parties. Now, there is a challenge. Parties, when they provide such commercially sensitive data, they claim confidentiality and they assume that it will not be shared with the other parties to the proceedings. Now, here the challenge is, when the party which is being proceeded against, as a part of due process and natural justice, they have a right to access the confidential data which has been tendered in evidence against them. At the same time, the third parties or the informant who have given their confidential data, they have a legitimate expectation that their commercial data will be protected. So how this balancing is to be done? Now, if we do not do this balancing, there are bound to be challenges judicially. And we have seen it in our last 13 years of enforcement experience, that these challenges at the intermediate stages can derail the whole inquiry. Markets are very dynamic. We have to respond very quickly. In fact, the antitrust agencies have to aim the moving target. So our challenge is very big. Otherwise, if we complete our investigation after 10 years down the line, then we would not be making any market correction. That would be a post-mortem. So how we have solved this dilemma? We came out with a new confidentiality regime. So instead of dealing with the issues on case-to-case basis or in an ad hoc manner, we came out with an institutionalized mechanism of confidentiality ring. So under that ring, we provided certain safeguards within which controlled access is given to the parties who are being proceeded against, so that their right to effective defense is not compromised, and at the same time, sanctity of commercially sensitive information which has been furnished by the other parties is also protected. So this is one example. But then there are, of course, cross-examination, personal hearing. A lot of issues are are in the process of being settling on what is the nature of inquiry. Inquisitorial, adversarial. The burden, the standard of proof, whether it is beyond reasonable doubt, or whether it is preponderance of probabilities, or it is something more than preponderance of probability, like clear and. So that are the things which are being in the process of settling, but that is the, I think in the judicial ecosystem, it will evolve and develop over the period of time. So this is how I would say that procedure is very important, and we need to supplement our substantive aspects on that lines.
Thank you so much, Dr. Singh, for talking about the processes and confidentiality you raised, and we will extrapolate on that particular aspect also a little later. But let me begin with some thoughts from the industry side. Sanjeev Bikhchandani, a lot has changed, and the regulators in their speeches have constantly said that we have to target the moving, we have to aim at the moving target, or we have to stay ahead of the curve. The innovations will have to be encapsulated while striking the balance with the regulatory framework. So all these aspects put together, of course, it's a very fast changing space right now, and we all are evolving with it. How do you see in the last few years the regulatory framework really having an impact on the innovation as well as the business action of the companies and new age companies? And what are the key challenges that the sector faces at the moment while understanding these regulations and going ahead with their ambitions while at the same time taking into cognizance the non-dominance position and antitrust regulations?
Thank you. Thank you, first of all, to CCI for inviting me here. Look, I'm not an expert in the competition law. We run businesses, right? But common sense tells me that, listen, the technology is changing very fast, and you are seeing new business models emerge, new companies emerge, both globally and in India. You are seeing national barriers being broken down where, you've got global companies dominating India as well as local companies dominating in India, or being market leaders at least. Now, because, new business models have emerged, I think let us first focus on platforms and marketplaces. Because individual offerings or individual brands that go online, selling on their own website, generally cannot usually be accused of dominance and monopoly, unless there's some other factor. So if you look at marketplaces and platforms, very often these naturally end up being with one player being dominant, or maximum two, having significant power. And so these are naturally markets with network effect, virtuous circle. And we've seen that earlier in offline businesses as well. For example, if you look at the newspaper industry, typically in every city, you will have one dominant newspaper. And that's because those markets are naturally markets of the network effect, a virtuous circle. You end up with one dominant player. So it'll be in Chennai, it'll be one dominant newspaper. In Bombay, it's one dominant newspaper. In Calcutta, it's one dominant newspaper, and so on. And what does that do to reader's choice? What does it do to advertiser's choice? But typically, media being sensitive, nobody has looked at, potentially monopolistic behavior there. But that does not mean it does not exist. Right? Likewise, in online, in digital, you will find that there will be one dominant search engine, one dominant social network, one dominant, professional network. And these are natural monopolies. So I don't think CCI should try to fight nature. What the regulator should do is try and ensure that there is fair play, there is restraint, self-restraint. And here my advice to industry is better to be restrained and do it yourself than have it done to you by CCI. So it's okay to be slightly less aggressive. Okay? So I would say that if the market is naturally monopolistic, we should be looking at misuse of monopolistic position or power and not monopolistic position itself, because the market is naturally monopolistic. So the question is, how do you conduct yourself as opposed to, do you have a dominant position? Right? Now, the regulator, of course, has a tough job, right? Because you want to protect the consumer. You want to ensure that the consumer has enough choice. But if the market is naturally monopolistic, what do you do? Right? At the same time, you want to ensure that innovation takes place. At the same time, you want to ensure that it's not unfair to the companies, right? Because they also have rights, although your primary focus should be and is to protect the consumer and make sure the consumer has enough choice, right? And look, this is natural. We are a country that was once colonized by a company, right? And therefore, there will be some, we have seen effects of that 250 years ago. So obviously you don't want, companies to have too much power, right? And I accept that. But look, the trade-offs, it's a bit of a tightrope walk. There will be trade-offs. The consumer, the company, innovation, fair markets, and so on. Legitimate, practices by companies need to be not acted upon or against, right? So I would say that because the environment is evolving so rapidly and has evolved so rapidly, I think CCI has its work cut out for it. And all the points that were made by Jyoti were extremely valid, that you have to really move fast and evolve, right? So as to understand what's going on and make sure that you're taking the right calls, right? I'll end here, but we'll get into discussion afterwards.
Right. Sanjeev, thanks so much. You raised a lot of important aspects which we can actually delve deeper into, the position work versus the behavioral aspects in terms of dominance as well. But let me first introduce Suraj Saran also into the discussion, another important industry voice. And Suraj, help us understand, there is a new development of omni-channel, a combination approach. Your company itself also cuts across the new age companies as well as the brick and mortar companies when it comes to logistics. Does this really require a new set of rules, and how does the definition of market really change in this environment?
Yeah, thank you everyone. So, Nisha, to your question, yes, there is an overlap now as far as at least logistics is concerned for online and offline players. But when you think about an antitrust regulator, I think what Jyoti ma'am had said becomes very important. We need to start redefining the industry. We need to start redefining the sectors and not just say it is retail because people are buying stuff directly from the companies, but defining online and offline in that context, because when you're looking at platforms, you actually want to see whether one of those platforms or one of those players has a dominant position which they are likely to misuse or are misusing, right? And that's the behavior you want to eliminate by implementing these antitrust laws. So market definition is one of the important starting points on how do we think about these laws for implementation in the future. A couple of other things that I just want to talk about, having heard what people had said. I think procedurally, Mr. K.D. Singh had said, procedure becomes very important. And, you don't want processes and procedures where if somebody puts a complaint against you, you're actually not able to conduct business, right? You want this not to become what our judiciary is like, right? You don't want a consumer putting a case against a company and that goes on for 10 years. That doesn't help anyone, right? When we think about antitrust laws, we have to come up with timelines which do not hamper business, right? That's very important. The other thing that I think is important is that there's very little awareness about anti-competition. I'll be honest, we're a 11-year-old company. We know CCI because whenever we raise any funding or if we're trying to acquire another company, we have to come to CCI to get an approval for combination, right? That is not the topic of discussion of this panel right now, but other than that, we've never in our senior management discussions ever spoken about making sure we are compliant with the competition law, right? That never features in any of the boardroom discussions. And I think that is something that has to become important, and awareness has to be built around it. Because unless companies proactively start thinking of not doing something which hurts or, sort of gets them hauled up by the CCI, the proactiveness of what we are trying to achieve here through this discussion is never going to come by. And I think that awareness hence becomes very, very important. Also for the consumer, right? Ultimately, while companies, we do know CCI because of like what I just described, but as a consumer, I feel that less than 2% of people probably know what CCI does and where it can help them, right? So if they're feeling the pressure of a player because of the way they're operating, I think they can come to the CCI. That's something that is unknown. And I think awareness on that front has to be built as well. I think I would agree with Sanjeev when he says that, don't try to not have dominant players. I think dominance does help consumers in certain industries, right? As an example, in logistics, the larger we become, the cheaper it will be for people to use logistics service, whether it's an individual consumer or companies, and that ultimately helps the economy, helps the consumer in some way. So dominance, we should not try and prevent dominance. In fact, we should try and eliminate barriers to entry, right? There's a classic example of Nestle Cerelac, right? In the infant baby food space, it has over 90% share in India. But that's not because they're the best, but it's because there's a ban on advertisement for this category in the country. And so no other player can actually enter and compete. And so that's what you want to eliminate. You don't want to eliminate dominance per se. You want to eliminate bad behaviors that come as a result of dominance. And you want to eliminate barriers for newer entrants to come into the market.
Right.
And I think those are the key sort of points that I have.
Nisha, before
Yes,
you
sure.
proceed, if I may take
Yes,
this
yes.
opportunity to respond to this point which has been raised, very pertinent point about dominance per se not being bad, but it is abuse which is frowned upon, and this is exactly what the philosophy of the modern competition law is. Where we do recognize that being big brings along economies of scale and efficiency, and it is the abuse which is basically checked.
Right. So well pointed out. It's a very interesting point, because the digital revolution at a cheap cost wouldn't have happened in India if there was no dominant position. So sometimes it's in favor of the consumers, and the entire startup ecosystem got developed only because of that being such a big smartphone market. But I want to understand the market approach and the focus a little better because of the developing trends that we are seeing, and Dr. Rajat Katuria can reflect on that. Sir, help us understand the new definition of market, and what are the challenges faced in defining it, and therefore is a new approach required?
Thanks, Nisha. But before I answer that difficult question, let me thank the chairperson, Sangeeta, Jyoti, everybody who's sorted fit to invite me to this really interesting panel discussion. So thank you very much. Let me start by saying, so the markets, I mean, the relevant market definition definitely needs some discussion, but markets by itself, they don't need a redefinition. Although, one would say, so I'm going at a very high level. Do you need a new, do you need a new law, competition law? And the answer that I'm hearing, I mean, Sangeeta and Jyoti and Dr. Singh have said all that I wanted to say, so I'm going to sort of package my thoughts differently, but essentially, I'll come to the conclusion that they've come to. You probably don't need a new competition law. You need to tweak a little bit because it's probably all-encompassing. It's sort of fairly flexible, and it'll be important how you enforce it. And here, before I talk about markets, let me say that, a lot of sort of competition literature, not only in India but across the world, is focused on creating, as Suraj was just saying, barriers to entry or buying time for the sort of complainant. And I think that's something the CCI and judiciary in general in India should recognize, because this is a sort of instrument that is used by an affected party to delay and continue in the market. And I think if CCI makes an example of this, these frivolous cases that come up, if CCI can make an example and set that, we will not entertain such ridiculous cases because we know the strategy is to create entry barriers or to, give you more time to assess or to milk the market and so on. So I think that is something that both the Indian judiciary has been grappling with since independence, I think. In this sort of market, definitely there will be lots of frivolous, there are lots of frivolous complaints that are made, and I think CCI must see through that. Let me sort of go at a little higher level and say that, when outsourcing became really dominant across the world, and where America was facing the sort of music in terms of a lot of business going to China, India, services coming to India, manufacturing going to China. No less an economist than Paul Samuelson wrote an article, do we need a new sort of theory of international trade? And Paul Samuelson is a sort of Nobel Prize winning economist. Do we need to look at a new theory of international trade? Because fragmentation of the manufacturing line had never happened to the extent that it was happening due to outsourcing, and that was due to transportation and logistics. Components could be made and shipped to different parts of the world. And comparative advantage had never been looked at from the point of view of the value chain, or point of view of components, or the point of view of the tasks. Comparative advantage was always in terms of labor-intensive, capital-intensive. India has a comparative advantage in labor-intensive goods, and America has a capital advantage in technical-intensive or capital-intensive goods, etc. That was the sort of accepted paradigm of international trade, and you traded, and India would benefit from labor-intensive or labor-intensive manufacturing, and so on and so forth. And so this whole thing about reevaluating international trade due to components and tasks and fragmentation of the value chain happened. And our own, and I'm saying this because I want to respond to a very, very important point that Sanjeev has made on colonization, and I'll come back. That will be the last point I would make. But I'm using this as an example to buttress what I'm going to say at the end, what Sanjeev said, which is that you didn't need Panagaria, Srinivasan, Bhagwati, our three sort of trade economists. Panagaria was here, you know, as vice chair of the Niti Aayog. He teaches at Columbia. Bhagwati is a very well-known trade economist, and T.N. Srinivasan also. He's no longer with us. But three of them responded to Samuelson saying that, look, you don't need a new theory of international trade. Because, you know, whether it is labor-intensive manufacturing or whether it's tasks and components, your competitive edge or comparative advantage is still defined by what you do well. What is your comparative advantage? Whether it's in tasks, whether it is in assembly, whether it is in production, shipping, logistics, whatever, but it's still comparative advantage producing at lower cost. As Suraj was saying, that if you're big, you'll produce at lower cost, enjoy economies of scale, and then you would become competitive in that. So, and I think if you translate that entire Nisha paradigm, you don't really need to you need a new definition of markets. I mean, you need new definition of relevant market, but markets, you know, will work well. The new thing that we need to do, and this is sort of important for us, and this is the main point that I want to make. If you look at America, very laissez-faire, market will correct itself. If there is no consumer harm, the Bork hypothesis would say, you know, you'll mess up much more than you would, you know, improve. So don't intervene. The Friedman Chicago School approach to, you know, laying off, markets will correct themselves. They have this inherent tendency to correct themselves. And also the argument of size not being abusive was that you would achieve economies of scale. So that was the American approach to antitrust and competition. And I think that lasted for a long time. That also served the interests of American companies that wanted to do business abroad. And they continue. I mean, there is big movement in America from the big, you know, the big tech companies to say that allow us access to data, because if you don't allow us access to data, we would lose the innovation and artificial intelligence battle to China, which gets access to it. It's a self-serving argument, but it is an argument. Fortunately, I think the FTC and the Department of Justice in the United States have changed their approach. They have become much more interventionist than they were. The laissez-faire sort of approach to regulating markets now doesn't, you know, Raghuram Rajan from Chicago has written an article on the kill zone, saying that a lot of these companies just acquire and kill innovation. And the kill zone shouldn't exist, and he's absolutely right. But you should also create a balance between, so what destroys innovation and what preserves competition. So that's also a balance that needs to be created. But here's the point. The theories of markets, I mean, the approach to regulation is changing in America. Lina Khan, I don't know if you've heard, anybody's heard of Lina Khan, is now with the FTC, and she wrote a very influential article in the Yale Law Journal called The Amazon Paradox, which was sort of using the same title as Bork's antitrust paradox. And if that is the way that markets are being approached, then definitely there is much more intervention in a country that was historically laissez-faire. Sometimes self-serving, sometimes, I think, genuinely laissez-faire. And self-serving, I mean, because it protected its big companies to do business abroad. Our paradigms, and this I'm going to, so I think we don't need a new theory, we need a new sort of approach to intervention and enforcement, and I will end with that, but I do want to make a point. on Sanjeev's important point of colonization by big companies, and I'm going to use colonization in a much larger approach. I think we need to sort of get away from using the paradigms that are developed in the West and adapting those as gold standard. I'm not saying you chuck everything away, throw the baby out with the bathwater, but every country, every individual space operates differently, whether it's cultural, and CCI has to look at cultural aspects, has to look at sociological aspects. You can't say that America practices laissez-faire, so I'm going to do it. Their culture, their approach is very, very different. So this colonization simply is not an idea that we are being colonized by big tech. We are also being colonized, and we have been, by standards. And I think, not only CCI, but we should develop our own standards where we think we will be able to apply and for our own benefit. We have been shy of doing that, and I think we should approach it, the literature, which is a very old literature, and this is my new foray into academics, which is I'm really enjoying. I was telling Sangeeta that there is a whole subject of decolonization and enforcement and the digital, which we need to look at for our own interest. And I think Sanjeev pointed this out, and we should really approach it through that perspective as well. I'm not saying discard everything because it is emerged in America or the United or Europe, but look at what works for us. The last point I wanted to make, at the cost of being sort of long drawn out, is enforcement. Given all that Sangeeta and Mr. K.D. Singh have said, I think there are three ways to do enforcement, two which are recognized. One is, of course, your conduct remedy, thou shalt not, cease and desist, you shall not do it, etc. Sometimes we do it, sometimes we don't. The other is, of course, structural, which you break up the winner-take-all market. But you broke up AT&T, AT&T has become big again. Digital markets will be winner-take-all. So structural remedies, I'm not sure how it will work, but I don't have enough insights into this. Price remedies also, given multi-sided markets, multi-homing, etc. I don't know how much price or cease and desist will work. Not only price, but as Sangeeta said, you have to look at a whole gamut of non-price issues as well. So conduct and structural are, the standard enforcement techniques by all antitrust regulators. And there's been cat and mouse game. I will fine you $45 million. You pay, you sometimes don't pay. I'll ask you to reveal your source code. You do it, sometimes you don't do. All this cat and mouse game between regulators and with industry or companies will continue to happen. But I think I was very struck by what the chairperson was saying in a huddle there before we came onto stage, and I told him this is exactly what I wanted to also say, is that, can you make the companies partners in the enforcement, something that Sanjeev talked about, self-regulation, or even going beyond self-regulation, is that structural and conduct remedies will work, may not work. Behavioral change or nudging them to do the right thing, doing good by doing the right thing, is also an approach that is worth considering, especially in digital markets, where it becomes really difficult to enforce and monitor. Right? Let me give you an example. This is something that I was associated with in TRAI. I spent a lot of time working in TRAI, and a lot of my sort of experience is working inside TRAI in the economics division. Now, when Jio came into the market at almost zero prices with data, a lot of people said that's predatory in nature. But as Sangeeta just pointed out, well, they had no market share in telecom. So what do you do? Zero market share, no dominance, and therefore dominance is an instrument. Abuse is a feature of dominant players. Is it? That's a question. Do you look at, what their other business? Clearly, Jio is financially dominant, but this was a separate market. They had no presence. Retrospectively, we know that they disrupted the data market in a way that it hasn't yet recovered. Even today, the telecom market is still not recovered. But should you have intervened then? What was it that you would have used as a rule or a law to intervene at that time.
May I comment on this, Rajat? Yeah.
Sorry, please. Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry.
And
so,
that's
the question is, has it benefited the consumer?
Sorry?
The question is, has it benefited the consumer, this data revolution? And if that had not happened, would we be where we are today? Is this good? So, I mean...
That's right.
So it's an open question.
It is an open question. I'm saying it is an open question. Should you have intervened then or not? It is clearly an open question. But those are sort of defining questions for the market. They will sort of pave the way for how the market evolves in the future. So what I'm saying is that other than price, predatory, cease and desist, of course, mergers and conduct and structural remedies, I think it may not be a bad idea for regulators like CCI, who doesn't make the rules but enforces the rules, to try and see whether partnership and collaborations can be a way out from this difficult, market regulation. Thank you.
Dr. Rajat, you raised a lot of points and a few controversial ones as well, which is very interesting, and everybody has a point of view on that. But one thing that came out very clearly is that the definition of market is going to be playing a very critical role, which Sanjeev had also alluded to, and needs a lot of deep thinking here as combinations are also coming in place. But one aspect that you clearly highlighted is very interesting, is that the tactic of delay and time-bound resolution, which CCI from inception has been saying that we must adhere to, and that is something which is the crux of the entire, ecosystem, because the companies want to take action in a time-bound manner because the market changes very quickly. And that same action may not be as relevant later. So that is still something that I can easily say that the entire industry looks up to CCI for even today. Though I know, and I'm tracking many of the mergers and acquisitions which are right now under deliberation for quite a few months. But let me welcome then another speaker, Ramji Srinivasan. A lot has been spoken, sir, on the various aspects, but one aspect that I want to clearly understand is the global developments in the new age space. And that is one area which Indian markets and globally, because of most of the competition laws being in sync, because the new age space doesn't have boundaries, we all need to align to that. So what are the global developments which can have a bearing on India, which are interesting developments? Killer acquisition was mentioned, and even a lot of vertical and horizontal acquisitions and combinations are being talked about. But what are the new aspects developing, and what should the Indian online companies should look up to as emerging trends in this space?
Right. Thank you. Thank you very much, Nisha. Thank you very much, Honorable Chairman, sir, and Honorable Ma'am, and members on the dais for inviting me to this August gathering, another opportunity for us to exchange thoughts on an extremely important topic, emerging issues in enforcement or antitrust enforcement. So obviously we've seen something which has been in existence for a long time, 13 years as Mr. K.D. Singh mentioned for India, and I have seen from the very first year of the existence of CCI how this has progressed by leaps and bounds. So I will only to one extent differ with Dr. K.D. Singh, which is that despite its young age, it has leapfrogged, and Indian CCI is in the reckoning of one of the top agencies, enforcement and competition agencies in the world. It holds a pride of place in the ICN and at the high table, and it's because of the impact that its actions have taken. And some of that interesting data I've got, but I will share that with you in just a minute. But before I come to that, two other things. One, which is that 100 years ago, actually 104 years ago, we had the last big, huge pandemic, the Spanish flu in 1918. And that resulted in not as much disruption in our world, as this pandemic in the last 2 years has. So today, if we are talking about an emerging issue as we sit together to debate what are the emerging issues, one of the biggest factors, in fact, the most important factor has been this pandemic, which has shaken. And when we say that some video has gone viral, we know how viral really means. So therefore, this virus has engulfed all of us. But that has resulted in some tremendous development for consumers worldwide. Who would have ever imagined that we'd be sitting in the last 2 years conversing with people almost space age-like? It takes me back to Star Trek. Short of saying, beam me up, Scotty, I'm on my iPhone and I can actually see somebody across the Atlantic and speak to him or her and have conversations and have exchange of international seminars, which we did successfully earlier also, and have court hearings and have judicial disposals, have people access to courts. Incredible. And all of that happened because I think personally that the CCI did not intervene when Jio came to launch its data. And I'm just joining issues there with my good friend because it's a different matter. I happen to appear for Jio.
Purely coincidentally. Purely coincidentally.
So, quite apart from that, also the fact that the incumbents wanted to injunct Jio. And they moved court and said, no, we don't want you to do this kind of a zero tariff that you're coming up with. It's predatory. You just stop. You shouldn't allow. We will all die. Costs will go up. Thank God there was no intervention. There was no injunction. So today, if we have the results, and to say that no, they haven't recovered, I again wish to join issues with my friend. Today, Airtel has reported profits. Airtel. So therefore, it would have been very difficult for anybody, and even less, we are not, even though we would want CCI to be Nostradamus, it is impossible for you to predict the future. And therefore, it is better to err and allow innovation. And that's exactly what the CCI has done throughout. It has fostered innovation. It has not, to borrow a phrase, gun jumped. It has allowed innovation to happen, people to fight it out in the marketplace, and then see what the effects of those are. And that's extremely important, and we have this today. If today people can, and poor people can, over the mobiles. I don't remember. I mean, I think, when we first had mobile phones, it was 16 rupees 80 paisa per minute. And to receive was also the same. Yeah. Today, and before the Jio's launch, data prices were for some 4 MB or 5 MB or 2 GB, you had to pay 500 rupees or 5,000 rupees or 2,000 rupees. Some enormous costs. But look at the way everybody else has played out. This has been one of the biggest factors in allowing innovation to happen. And this is how we are able to converse. India's prices have come down the lowest. And in telecom rates, we have been proud of how the prices have come down to paise, no longer rupees. And that has percolated now across sectors. And we're able to access people, and that has a direct bearing on the GDP in terms of economy. The economy has run, and that is extremely important, not individual fortunes. So therefore, if we take a leaf from that, all that I would say is this. Just imagine this extremely important piece of statistics. In 2021, a year after the pandemic, which brought the whole world to its knees, do you know the value of transactions that occurred across the globe in terms of mergers and acquisitions, takeovers and investments? Just mergers and acquisitions were $5.8 trillion worth. 1 year after the pandemic. This is the changed hands as a result of corporate mergers. This is a 64% increase over 2020. The pandemic never stopped anybody. There was a brief hiatus. It has thereafter accelerated business opportunities, accelerated growth in economies, and economies which have been forward-looking. No brakes were applied. But it has brought together with it prosperity, economically, access, information, consumer benefits, opportunities for people here, the industry, for them to grow and prosper and to come up with something completely different from global, originally intended brick and mortar industries. I always maintain this, and on that I completely agree with Rajat. We don't need new laws. Our existing laws are good enough, they are wide enough, and they empower the CCI. Many people say CCI no teeth. I beg to disagree there. If it wants, it can be one of the strongest regulators, and it has done that. It bites where it's required, but it has, as the Honorable Chairperson was also mentioning today, the concept and the philosophy has been one of trust in the industry. Allow them to grow. You are equal participants. Share with us full disclosure of what you are doing, and then leave it to us. We are not intent on stopping anybody else, but we want to make sure the motto of CCI is fair play, that you're playing fairly. Nobody's going to change the rules middle of the game. That has led to massive number of the highest number of unicorns in this country, which we should be proud of. Which means it's a market valuation. But what it means is innovation is thriving. And people and financial sectors are willing to bet their bottom dollar in these thriving innovations. That is what is required. That is the spur that is required by a competition agency, not to stop, but to allow. That decision, of course, is always very difficult. When to stop, when to intervene, that will be very difficult. But so far, we have erred, and when I say we, I think that I belong to, institutionally the CCI as a student of competition law. In India, we have erred on the right side, and we have allowed all of this to happen. The fruits of all of that will happen. But at the same time, cautioning and balancing both innovation, the CCI has not stopped short, and it has come down where it thought that there was abuse or possible abuse. And therefore, while approving mergers under the Green Channel and speedy expedition, it has also warned. Market studies have been done with the participation of industry to make sure that you learn exactly how businesses function. There are different variations, omni-channels, multi-channels, to understand the market, and therefore market studies have been commissioned with the help of industry participants and experts. And that has yielded great results, and some of which are also part of a recommendation made by the CLRC in 2019, and hopefully in this monsoon session, I think some changes will be on the anvil, including possibilities of settlement. So that's a pro-business activity and a pro-business attitude that the CCI has shown. And therefore, this digital decade, it was already there in the offing, but the manner in which people used to come to me for conferences, advocates and clients, lugging in files all the time, big, huge files, and sitting and meeting. And I used to say, I'm already ready. I've got a large screen, I'm digitally equipped, I operate out of an iPad. Why don't you do the same thing? But the environment and the ecosystem wasn't ready. But this pandemic, as the Honorable Ma'am also mentioned in the opening, has accelerated everything else, digital usage. So that has really happened. Yet together with that, at the same time, speedily, in the last 1 year, the CCI has come up with remarkable number of decisions in enforcement. And I'm only mentioning this because the topic is emerging issues in enforcement. In 2020, between June 2021 and 22, 14 major decisions in enforcement actions have been taken by the CCI. Apart from mergers, and I'm not touching, that's a subject matter for this afternoon. But what is most important is to recognize the platform economy. That platform economy, therefore, has thrown up new challenges. And those new challenges is what Jyoti ji mentioned in her opening address. Multi-sided economy, two parties, multiple parties, demand, supply, an amalgamation of the traditional brick and mortar concerns and new age concerns. To meet this, therefore, and to answer Nisha's question, today in this emerging world, what are the developments globally that are happening? DOJ in the US has partnered together with FTC under the leadership of Lina Khan to say that we are now going to make sure that we have adequate measures to understand and regulate if required big tech. Europe has done exactly the same, and they have gone ahead, Margaret Vestager has gone ahead and partnered with the US to exchange information, and there's a joint council that has now been set up to understand what impact digital tech and big tech have. And therefore, and not only this, UK has gone ahead and set up its own DMU and DMA. So the DMU is, like Jyotiji mentioned, in India, and our CCI is also contemplating a digital markets unit. Therefore, to examine this very carefully, because this is going to be the biggest challenge in the next decade. And therefore, abuse or processes. So economic activity, understanding, all of that will happen. Dr. Payal Malik will obviously be going to be contributing to all of this to understand from an economics division how this can. So food delivery, online booking, search engines, online retail, online cabs, operating systems, online payment systems, all of these have now got the attention of the CCI. They are all facets of platform economy, a digital economy. And we are not far back. So therefore, apart from this, the UK has also gone ahead and enacted the DMA, which is going to be operational. They're saying hopefully by end of this year or maybe next year, early next year. And that has got certain objectives, but most importantly, to make sure that there is no abuse. Ultimately, as consumers today, if we were to go to the markets earlier, brick and mortar, to shops, the shops have come to us. The markets have come to us. But are we going to be subjected to only one platform and locked into those? Or should we have more alternatives and a freedom of choice? I think that will be, and I'll address that in a little more. I think I may have taken a little longer, but I hope that this is what is something that is going to occupy all of us.
I think you emphatically made a lot of points about your case as well, and we erred on the right side, and hope we err on the right side more often then in the interest of innovation and the consumer benefit. So that point very well made. But finally, I want to also introduce our, final participant on the panel who's been waiting very patiently. Thank you so much, Manu Chaturvedi, but now you are much more enriched in terms of everybody's thoughts, and you can reflect a lot more on the specific aspects that have not been brought about, especially the deep discounting issues, the practical issues that you as a legal expert face on a day-to-day basis. And also I want to ask you about this new age space is not one sector. We were enumerating the number of sectors in which the digital platform is used for these businesses. So the regulatory alignment and the CCI aligning with the regulators in each of the sectors, is that also a massive aspect that we are working towards?
So thank you for that wonderful question, and thank you for having me on this panel. And yes, as one goes last, one of the issues is that there's so much that's been said and so much that can be responded to, both as a student of competition law and as a practitioner, that I'm actually trying to assemble thoughts in my head as to where to go first. So I'll actually just take lead from your question, and I'll sort of just circle back once before I get into that to what Dr. Singh was saying, what Mr. Singh was saying at the beginning, because as a practitioner, it's of great interest to me. It was mentioned that, we're balancing essentially two interests. We're balancing the need for a quick investigation, timely intervention, versus obviously the expectation of the industry that if it is indeed a stakeholder in this enforcement proceeding, in this investigative process, then its interests in securing confidentiality over the information that is shared either voluntarily or that is obtained from it through other means is met. And one of the experiences that I've had over the last few years with certain cases is that the older confidentiality regime, just like many other procedural aspects, was used almost as a tripping stone to go to court and to sort of scuttle investigation or prolong it further, and that sort of defeats the entire purpose of timely market intervention. And as Dr. Singh was saying, it probably just leads to a post-mortem of sorts and not a real-time market intervention. And the confidentiality regime, at least in some of the cases in which I was representing CCI, this was extremely central, and the new regime actually resolves it to an extent, and I'll just get to that. But there is a lot to be done at the NCLAT and the appellate level and at the writ level with respect to the same issue, because that cannot be done by the Commission. So what do I mean by that? What has the Commission done? So there were principally two grievances that we had from the industry side when it comes to the procedural framework of confidentiality regime. Two principal grievances. One was that in effect, and the confidentiality regime was merely a part of it, but a big part of it was that there was automatic confidentiality afforded to the informant, and that sort of formed the basis of a lot of pleadings. They wanted, so any opposite party which is being complained against would, when the investigation was being proceeded, would take this to a writ court and simply say that we don't know the identity of the informant, we suspect it's XYZ, and we want disclosure, and until then we want a stay on whatever is going on. And courts are, once there's an order, the courts are inclined, just in the interest of justice in such cases, that okay, you stay your hands, let's at least preliminarily investigate this issue. So one was that issue. And because these were sort of stumbling blocks that were put there effectively to stall investigation, or maybe that's not, that was the consequence, it might not have been the motive. So that was one aspect. The other aspect was obviously sharing information. So, and this is a completely reasonable demand, that if I am sharing any documents which are extremely commercially sensitive, which involve trade secrets, which I have actually withheld as an industry participant from my own employees, and if I share it with the CCI, and you grant confidentiality after the fact, then I will be a little more tentative in sharing that information. And if I take that amount of time, and if I again present information in a piecemeal manner, then the investigation obviously prolongs, and the prima facie preliminary stages of the investigation obviously need to unfold in a much more slower manner. So what the new regime does is addresses both of these aspects, right? And that's a very strong and clear signal that the Commission is sending, that we are balancing industry's interests and also our need to regulate, especially the new spaces. And how does it do that? It creates a self-certification mechanism. So today, if you're the industry and the Commission reaches out to you and it says we want XYZ data, you don't have to submit that data. You don't have to go back and forth with the Commission trying to ascertain whether confidentiality will be granted over that data or not. You can simply self-certify that this data is confidential, I'm sharing it, and that's the end of it. The Commission, in fact, in its, and correct me if I'm wrong, in the draft proposal for this Regulation 35, there was actually a provision which allowed the Commission to review that after the fact. But that too was dropped after consultation. And a separate clause was put in for false undertakings, but that was removed. So that is the extent to which the Commission is cognizant in a dynamic way of what the grievances, potential grievances, roadblocks of the industry might be, so that those can be removed and there can actually be stakeholdership, which is meaningful, and we can all contribute meaningfully. The other aspect which I had referred to was the informants, automatic anonymity being afforded to informants. And I think someone mentioned here that that's one of the problems, that the Commission should be in some way discerning of the Commission's time being used by opportunists who are basically just in an in personam dispute, and not really an issue that concerns competition law. And to that again, I think the amended regulations are fantastic. They simply state that there will not be any confidentiality automatically afforded to the informant. There's a higher standard now that has to be met by the informant. And I think this amendment actually happened in 2019. On the heels of that amendment, recently, Regulation 35 has also introduced what Sir was talking about, which is the confidentiality rings. Now, this is where I'll segue into where that Regulation 35 and the new confidentiality regime might not take us the distance from a practitioner's point of view. So how do these things play out? So usually information is filed, investigation is done. During the course of the investigation, a prima facie order is passed and then investigation is done. But during the course of investigation, various parties claim confidentiality over various documents that have either been voluntarily submitted to the CCI or have been obtained. And various other parties claim as a right of defense that we need access to these documents to effectively mount a defense, especially during the final stages of the CCI's deliberations, when the investigation is over and when the final order and the final hearings are taking place. So how do you balance this? Earlier, the system in place was basically sort of ad hoc when it came to something like this. It was on a case-to-case basis. Now we have a system of confidentiality rings at the Commission's level. So what does that mean? That basically means that that the Commission gets to choose on a case-to-case basis that yes, balancing the right to defense versus, versus the whole investigative process. We need to sort of balance these interests, and it will create rings that are comprised of both internal and external members of the respective parties. And they'll have access to these documents, and those documents will in turn form the basis of whatever is the rebuttal that needs to be placed. But this only happens at the Commission's level. At this stage, even once a final order is passed, external counsel for the CCI are not really involved in the matters. We only come at the writ stage or the appellate stage. Similarly, it might be the case that certain parties are not part of confidentiality rings when they're initially determined by the Commission while the proceedings are going on before the Commission. So when you come in appeal or when you come in writ, there is a complete lacuna. There is no system in place either in the High Court, except on the commercial side, and there's no system in place at the NCLAT, at the appellate stage, which sort of mirrors this confidentiality ring regime. So I think that problem will still remain. So while the process in front of the Commission might go smoothly, and I don't think the Commission can in any way, it can't make regulations for the NCLAT, for the Delhi High Court, but there definitely needs to be some deliberation on that aspect, because once you come to the appellate stage, what do you do if the appellant is relying on confidential data? And what do you do if there are people in that room who are either part of the appeal as respondents, or who are filing their own cross appeals, or just anyone else in the court?
So Manu, you emphatically made that point that there is some lacuna that
Absolutely.
CCI needs to address, and I'm sure they are listening to your suggestions as well. Very quickly on the regulatory alignment aspect,
Right.
Any thoughts?
So yes, many thoughts, but because the matter is again sub judice in a way, and sort of involved in the case, so I'll just keep it to this. It just seems that there was a case in 2019, if I'm not wrong, the Bharti Airtel case, and that's sort of being used as a universal aphorism or a universal principle of sorts, that the CCI's jurisdiction is in some way, comes after the jurisdiction is exercised by the sectoral regulator. Every time there is a sectoral regulator. And usually, when it comes to big tech, when it comes to bigger companies, there is usually a sectoral regulator already in place. I'll just leave it at, that is not what the judgment says. And we are seeing the Delhi High Court already clarifying that in a couple of cases in Monsanto, etc. And what we'll see down the line, hopefully, is a recognition, a judicial recognition of the fact that at the end of the day, the Competition Act itself takes care of many of these dialogues that need to happen inter, say, sectoral regulators and the Commission. Yes. And there are provisions in the Act which allow for that dialogue explicitly, both ways.
Very important point made there. And total alignment when it comes to judiciary, CCI's policies, as well as the sectoral changes that each of the sector regulators really put in place. So that ecosystem is yet to be developed, and there is a lot of understanding that is now evolving. To that point, and telecom seems to be the subject of choice for everybody, looks like, on the panel, but data, a very important tool, a very important weapon now, and on which the new age companies, the telecom companies, everybody is operating. And we also have data privacy aspects to look at. Now, I want to understand probably first from the industry. Suraj, you want to take this question? How is the regulation over data being understood by the industry? Is there enough clarity? And where does and how much does CCI wield power over this aspect?
So, in fact, I think just last week there were some changes to what data MIT wants companies to sort of publish and who fall under that ambit of the law that they're proposing. So there is very little clarity, honestly. I mean, we keep debating whether we are party to this or not, because the way it's structured right now, we, being a service provider, do have data on customers, which has been given to us by the sellers who we are servicing. But do we need certain compliances to make sure we are in sync with the law? That's a little unclear at this point. And I think CCI, when you think about, when we think about implementing these antitrust or enabling competition and creating laws, I think one of the functions will be to coordinate with all the other government departments that are involved in especially the data side of things, right? It has to be coherent with what enables competition, what enables the best outcome for consumers ultimately.
Right. Jyoti ma'am, would you like to add to that? Because data privacy laws are being framed by the government. That is not under the ambit of CCI, but data is a very powerful tool based on which dominance can be proved. So how are we really handling that situation? Probably Jyoti ma'am can take it and Rajat can add.
Yeah, very rightly said. Data, in fact, is assuming center stage in our competition law matters, and particularly those related to new age markets. And definitely there is a very close interface with competition law. As far as CCI is concerned, we are interested only with the competition aspect of data. There can be both exclusionary and exploitative effect of access to data. And as I mentioned in my opening remarks, increasingly we are finding that the competition issues will not happen in vacuum or in silos. There will be interface with other laws of the country, and also CCI being a regulator which has its role cut across sectors, there will be also interface with the sectoral regulators. So going forward, and we all have to exist together in a congenial manner, and the law also provides for a very robust interregulatory interface, and going forward we are going to increasingly rely on that. In fact, CLRC has also recognized this, and their recommendations of making this exchange even more robust will go a long way, and we see ourselves working in close coordination with other authorities dealing with data in the future.
All right, collaborative approach and close coordination and a lot of conversations with various stakeholders. Rajat, you have quickly a point to make.
So, data is going to become a competition issue. Sangeeta in her opening remarks said price and non-price factors. So I think data is already, and there are so many aspects to data that, you could take the whole day. But one example of this is, Apple is now advertising that your data is safe with us. We are not going to, your data is secure. It's clearly a sort of a competition issue, right? Now, if that is true, then it's going, and if they're going to make that claim, and if there is competitive sort of pressure on others to also adopt those same security and privacy standards that Apple is seeming to adopt, then I think it will become even more challenging for the regulators to be able to get access to data for whatever security. We've already had one case in the United States about of Apple refusing to give the data, the key for access to data of the phone of the gentleman who was involved. So I think this is going to become, it has already become a competition issue.
Yes, but I think the distinction between privacy and private and non-private data,
of course,
and as that evolves, which will clarify a lot of issues.
It will. There's non-personal data, there is
front.
personal data. But, one more point on sectoral, the interface between sectoral regulators and the Competition Commission. You can't, oust the jurisdiction of the Competition Commission ever. Even if the presence of a sectoral regulator, because how do you define an issue? And since the telecom is the flavor of the day, is an interconnect issue not a competition issue? But interconnection is, the rules are made by the regulator and enforced by probably the regulator and also by the CCI, because it is a competition issue. The only way out of this in the data economy, where you're going to, I don't know whether you're going to have data protection authority or whether you're going to have sectoral regulators looking at data for different medical data, financial data, RBI is already. So what that relationship between the sectoral regulators, including RBI and CCI, is going to be, I think the best approach, I think, at the sort of macro level is going to be a collaborative approach. There's going to be no ex ante way of delineating the legal issues across these two regulators.
Can I just, Nisha,
yes,
on the data point, very, very important. So what are we talking about when we say data is a concern and privacy and so on and so forth? On the one hand, we have the requirement of keeping my data private. It should not be available to all and sundry, my private health data, my fingerprinting data, and all of those should not be, because it has to be secure.
Yes.
It can be abused. Anybody can impersonate, use my data, abuse, and then I know that's one aspect of the matter. That's privacy issue. What we are concerned with is the power of data, which can influence market. So if you have, so therefore,
that is the main
so what is the economic power that a company in this today's data-centric market holds, which acts as, and to use that word which is now very popular in a platform economy, acts as a gatekeeper. It doesn't allow others to access that data, but it has all the data about you and me, and then he can go ahead and do two things. One, self-preferencing, which means that he goes ahead and promotes himself. He knows what your preferences are. He uses that the others don't know. And secondly, to go ahead and market and oust that and not make that available to others to access.
So there is a very, very popular movie on this explaining exactly this, and Senate has questioned all the big companies in the US regarding this, which was very, very interesting, and everybody should watch it. So we haven't yet come to a conclusion on the data and the abuse of data and the power that it holds. But I want to throw in one more aspect, that is the vertical integration, horizontal integration. I have observed that vertical integration is seen in a very different light in the new age companies. While for a brick and mortar and traditional companies, it was considered very good because a company is going into back-end integration as well as upstreaming, and therefore the entire bouquet is giving them the benefit of that margin. But that is not how the new age companies are being looked at. So should we ask Sanjeev to first reflect on this, and then probably CCI can answer?
See, I think vertical integration is a perfectly legitimate business strategy. Companies do it. And what if a platform or marketplace also has an offering, right? What needs to be ensured is that the platform stays neutral, it's a level playing field, and the platform's own offering is not given priority or preference by the platform over other offerings. To make sure the marketplace stays neutral, especially if the marketplace is dominant or has a very high market share, right? So I think you've got to distinguish between vertical integration and neutrality of platforms or marketplaces. If you can ensure neutrality, vertical integration is fine according to me. And it may even benefit the consumer. So let me put it this way. If there is one example, so let's say there's a food tech aggregator or a food delivery service as a platform, right? And on that platform, you can order food from many restaurants, up to you. Now, if that platform decides to launch a cloud kitchen of its own, right? When there are other competing cloud kitchens, then you've got to ensure that there is transparency, there is no special preference given here, and the customer has real choice. And so it's still a level playing field. The platform is still a level playing field.
Right. Jyoti ma'am, you want
to... If I may quickly respond to what has been said, exactly, I think I would second what has been said here, and definitely our law recognizes that these vertical arrangements can bring in a lot of efficiencies, but at the same time, particularly in the context of platform markets, there can be conflicts of interest, therefore the question of neutrality, and also the ability to leverage market power. Yes. So these, and also it gets very amplified in case of digital markets due to excess of data and direct and indirect effects. Yes. And as ecosystems are developing with a lot of products and services developing around these systems. So that's why these vertical arrangements have to be appreciated, keeping in mind all these aspects.
So that's the approach from the CCI.
Absolutely, but having said that, we definitely keep into mind the efficiencies which these arrangements can bring on the table.
Right, and as we come to the close of the discussion and throw the floor open for any questions that the audience may have, but from the industry side, any suggestions, anything that is not discussed needs to be looked into by the CCI, Sanjeev?
Well, I mean, just brainstorming. I think the fact that we're having a conversation is great. The more we have a conversation, the more we industry learn. Because as Suraj said, look, it's not top of mind. You know, when we are doing stuff, you know, in the company, we rarely apply a competition law filter, right? We look at IP, we look at data, we look at all other laws. But competition is, you know, is afterwards, right? So I think greater awareness in industry about competition law, so that people take proactive stuff which is compliant with the law. So even inside companies, so I think this kind of interaction is good. Maybe further interaction, maybe, I don't know, although this might reduce his billing, but, you know, competition law for dummies, right? You know, where people get to know that, listen, ye karo, ye mat karo, and on your own, then, you know, you do stuff.
So more awareness and...
well, okay, so CCI may have done that, but I haven't seen it, okay? Maybe that's my fault, okay?
Yes.
Okay, so also, you know, this is a wild thought, and maybe a stupid idea, you may shoot it down. But look, in income tax, you have this concept of an advance ruling. I do not know if in competition law something like that can work. कि पहले आजा हम ये कर रहे हैं, ठीक है कि नहीं?
Ma'am, you want to take that?
So, yeah. This issue of advance rulings, of course, keeps coming from time to time. But the difficulty with that is that the issues tend to be very, very case specific. So it becomes very difficult to give in advance any ruling. But having said that, I would again like to emphasize that CCI believes in a very trust-based regime, even on the enforcement side. For instance, there have been many cases when during the inquiry process, the parties came forward, they said that we were not aware and we've now understood the concern, and they offer to correct it. So that is duly recognized and due regard is given while deciding. And in many cases then there may be, even while imposing penalties, this is a huge consideration because ultimately the objective is market correction. Yes. And to work along with industry, and the proposal for settlement and commitments which have been recommended by CLRC are also in this direction. And even our confidentiality regime, which Dr. K.D. Singh and Mr. Manu had explained, are a step in the direction of establishing a trust-based regime. Right. And your point is well taken. I think we will invest even more in terms of reaching out to the senior level of the industry.
That's right. And Suraj, finally, you have any more suggestion? Because from the entire discussion, one thing has come out very clearly, that the definition of the market needs to be understood, first of all, very well, to understand whether it's in line with the CCI regulations or not. And that's where at least from my perspective, I understand that there are a lot of gray areas and a lot needs to be understood. And there will be a lot of legal technicalities on which both the sides will have to work, both industry as well as the regulators. Suraj, any thoughts from your side, from the demand-led side of market definition?
Sorry, yeah. Not on the definition per se. I think definition is something that is important as we think about implementing antitrust practices. But again, in addition to the awareness part that I was talking about, I think what we need to understand is while CCI takes a very trust-based approach, most industry participants also do not want to engage in things that are anti-competitive, as long as they know about what it is, right? And so hence awareness becomes the most critical, I think, pillar in ensuring that there are fewer cases of reducing competition in the market, which ultimately hurt the customer. And I think having these kind of open houses where industry is invited, or letting somebody like a FICCI or a CII conduct these sessions where you have a lot of industry participation, where they're educated and understand a lot more about this. Honestly, I'm being very honest that I only got to know about all of this in the last 1 week since I was invited here, because our interaction with the CCI has only been to the extent of combinations, because that's what we've been, we've been faced with.
So Suraj, I have myself been involved with CCI, who have reached out to industry bodies and made them explain the entire ethos of the regulator and the policies on which CCI is totally formed over the last many years. So that understanding is now deep-rooted, and I can safely say that the biggest M&A in the country in the cement sector went in the way it went based on one aspect, CCI, whether it will approve of one player really buying out that asset or not. And that was the biggest defining factor of that biggest M&A that took place recently. So that is, I think, a big enough example of how important CCI has become. But very little time. I know everybody is getting impatient for lunch, but we can take a few questions, please. One mic.
Could you let the mic reach you?
Can you introduce yourself?
I'm Dr. Atul Verma, and of course this was a session on issues and enforcement. Very heartening to know as a stakeholder that the Commission has been instrumental, has had a role in digital revolution and creation of unicorns. Certain issues in enforcement, and I think the youngest panelist probably touched upon, is the delay. The disclaimer, I'm not a person from any legal kind of background, but we have, compared to other laws in the country, I mean, you can get a death sentence through a legal process, through a judicial pronouncement, with only one opportunity for natural justice, which is the opportunity given to the person to defend.
What is the question, sir?
So my question is that one of the issues, the issue is delay, and one of the reasons for delay is that there are 3 levels at which what you call the opposite party, and which is the defendant, gets opportunity to rebut the allegation against him. Usually in any other law, this is only one stage. The other thing that comes to my mind is that the stay given by courts, and we are all stakeholders here, and we would all like the process to be speeded up so that the market intervention is faster. The stays given by court, there is a Supreme Court judgment which says that it should not go beyond 6 months.
For the benefit of everybody, if you can just give the pointed question that you have for the panelists.
So the first thing is that do we need 3 levels of natural justice, which I've already mentioned?
Yes.
Or should we have 1 level like any other law? The
Sure.
second thing is there a mechanism for stakeholders to cut down on stays, especially informal stays, proper stays, despite a Supreme Court judgment of stays not existing beyond 6 months? I think these two should be.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
I think the chairperson wants to raise an issue.
Just one clarification. I think there was some debate which side CCI should err. And then somebody said it should err on the right side. And the debate was, what is the right side? So it can be wrong side for some other person also. So I think in CCI we try to err on the side of innovation. Whenever in doubt, err on the side of innovation. Err on the side of the entity which is penetrating the market. Because we do not know the path right now. We can't block it. That's what I want to clarify.
Thank you so much, sir.
Ma'am.
Yes.
I am Dr. Rahul Kumar. My question is to Dr. Rajat Kathuria ji.
Yes.
We are talking about competition and domination. Since he is in the education sector, so my question will be to him only. Today, we are noticing that education sector is being dominated by private universities. There is no competition between government universities and private universities. In that case, it is some kind of dangerous trend for a country like us, where 60 to 70%
Sure.
marginalized section of the people live and they are not able to pay the heavy fees. So my question to Dr. Rajat is, what are his suggestions to the Competition Commission of India to prevent such kind of a domination of private universities so that everyone gets chance for the education? Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Very interesting question. Dr. Rajat, you want to take that very quickly before we wind down?
I don't think there can be a quick answer to this question. It's a loaded question, and there are several aspects to it. If you start by the traditional definition of education being a merit good and a public good and a merit good, countries like Australia have said that only public sector will be involved in education. Countries like the United States allow both private and public sector.
Sorry, sir, please talk about India only.
Yes, I'm coming to India.
We are not sitting in Australia or
Right,
USA. I have been to 14 countries of the world.
No,
So please talk about India so that we can
Please permit the
Thank you,
panelists to
madam. Sorry for
respond.
interruption.
Okay, sir, it goes without saying that for a country like India with our large population,
So I don't think
we do need the government to step in.
I was patient enough to listen to your question, and Dr. Verma, if you could be patient enough to listen to my answer. I started by saying that we will be here, sitting here until the end of the day or probably the week discussing your question. It's a very important question. Education is a merit good. Different countries have responded differently to that merit good. How should we respond in India is the point that I was making. India took on, the public sector took on the role of education, higher education. Schools, primary education was always in private sector hands. There were government schools as well. I think the way forward in India will be a combination of public and private sector. You will not be able to wish the private sector away. Whether the Competition Commission will intervene, should intervene in the fees, whether the fees charged is predatory in nature, whether it is unjustified, those are issues that may come up. I don't know whether they will come up or not. I don't think they should come up. But if they do, certainly Competition Commission will get involved in it. But the pricing of education, if that's what your question refers to, has an inextricable link to quality. And if you want quality education, if you want India to become the hub of higher education, which our government wants, then I think if you start getting involved in fixing fees, etc., it will not happen that way. Does the government have a right over these institutions to be able to regulate? Yes, there is a University Grants Commission that regulates curriculum, that regulates, there are guidelines. There is an Institute of Eminence, which we are going to become, Shiv Nadar University, that regulates the curriculum, but they do not regulate the fee structure. How do you provide access to everybody? Well, there is a 20% scholarship within Shiv Nadar University that is given to needy and meritorious students. You will be happy to know that the Shiv Nadar, and don't want, because you asked this question, I'm going on about this, I'm happy to talk about this with you privately. Shiv Nadar University has the possibility that you could go to what is called a Vidyagyan institution, which competes with the Sarvodaya Vidyalayas. And from Vidyagyan, you come into Shiv Nadar without any fees charged. The question, give me a minute, the question about public institutions and emergence of private education institutions is a topic that excites me a lot. Have public institutions like Jawaharlal Nehru University, Delhi University, and the great public universities in India, have they seen a decline of their heyday? If there is a decline, what is the reason for that decline? Are there vested interests in the decline of public education in India? How do we revive public education in India? Will the national education policy be sufficient to resurrect public education in India? These are questions that cannot be answered, Dr. Verma, in 2 minutes on a panel discussion, which is not related to the topic. But your question is still valid, that should CCI be intervening in education, in pricing? I think that's a valid question.
All right.
And yeah.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the answer. And the final
Can
question
I have
from
one
Ms.
question? Yeah, this is for Mr. Ranji Srinivasan. Sir, you mentioned an emphatic case for boosting industrial innovation. I'm Anusha Khurana, by the way. I was supposed to introduce myself, Additional Director General. You made an emphatic case for boosting industrial innovation, which we clarified that we are definitely on the side of. Now, conversely, you talked of data boosting, data collection, and utilization. My question to you is, isn't that contradictory?
Sorry. I'm not sure that I understand the question, but are you saying that innovation, of course, is the hallmark of any market development? So if you have innovation, you will have progress in the market. There will be competition. So
Absolutely.
competition comes because somebody is innovating. He says, I'm better than you,
Right.
therefore I'm innovating. So take my product and buy my product. And therefore that happens. Data, so therefore that innovation must always be allowed to flourish if the market has to grow.
What if data collection is being subjudicated in the guise of innovation? That's what my question is.
So when you're saying subjudicated means
Disguised. Let's use a better word, disguised.
I still don't think that I quite
Let
follow
me
the question.
clarify.
Yeah.
On the one hand, we say that industrial innovation is a must. And CCI has already clarified that we are on the side of industrial innovation, which we have proven through our conduct. Now, conversely, we talked of data collection, and we said that when you collect data, you would be doing that in the guise of getting more innovation and saying that you are doing it for the benefit of the consumer. Now, aren't these two steps contradictory? That's what my question
I
is.
don't think, I may have been you may have mistaken me, but I don't think that I said that anybody has a right to withhold data. On the contrary, I said data is power, and therefore
Exactly.
don't abuse it. And
Right.
therefore, if you are going to be the only platform that is available, and you are going to use that for your own benefit and do self-preferencing, for example, and then you go ahead and say that I'm going to have pre-installations, nobody else will be allowed to install, and therefore you will have to operate only through my device or my app, for example. Or you have clauses which say take it or leave it, and therefore the consumer has no choice. And then having trapped the consumer in your device through one app, and you have every transaction flowing only through that app, you do not allow a competitor to access the consumer directly.
Yes.
So all the preferences, the usage, the habits of the consumer reside in you. And when you do all of that and you have this data power, and then you start, like Sanjeev mentioned, so your own cloud kitchen, for example, or then there is a conflict. You abuse the use of the power, deny access to another person. That could be a cause of concern. So I think that was the point that I was making.
Yeah, now we can.
All right, thank you so much. And many debates and many talking points. It only shows that it was a successful panel discussion, and we all are enriched with this discussion. Thank you so much to a very active participation by our audience as well. And thank you to each of the participants for sharing your insights and your expert take on this subject. Thank you so much, and have a good day.
Thank you. On my part, I'm really personally grateful to all the panelists for raising some very, very incisive issues in the discussion today. It's been a very enriching discussion. My compliments to Nisha for steering this beautifully. It's through a very complex gamut of issues. I found it difficult to keep pace with the number of interesting content and issues that were coming up. So we have discussed a number of things, and the things that emerged and things that we are probably agreed on is that changes in technology have brought positives for consumers, but they've also raised competition concerns. Procedural issues have been raised today by the panel, and it is important for us to continue to address them, even as we are addressing many of them through trust-based resolutions such as our recent confidentiality regime. The very important aspect of economic power of data and its exclusionary and exploitative effects was discussed. We also discussed how platforms with vertical integration are definitely going to continue to come up and are definitely going to proliferate, but they do bring efficiencies for the economy, for the consumer, but there has to be ways for them to ensure a level playing field. There was this very important issue of how, as a regulator, we should continue to make sure that we look at the specificities of our country and guard against colonization of through standards. And the very important aspect of going forward, how it is very important to build collaboration with all stakeholders, including other regulatory bodies that are going to come up in the ecosystem of the country, and the interface that will need to happen, and how our Act already permits and allows that. And the collaboration with stakeholders and industry and a trust-building system. We've taken note of all the issues that have been raised here, and we'll really think about it. And I especially take note of the fact that we probably need to have a lot more conversations of this nature with industry to address the issues raised by Mr. Saharan and Mr. Bikhchandani, that they need a lot more awareness. So going forward, we look forward to a lot more conversations on these issues, and I hope that today's discussion will lead to a lot more thinking and wider debate and discussion on the issues that have come up today, so that we can come up with solutions. I think Chairman said it very well when he said that our basic philosophy as the Competition Commission of India is to err on the side of innovation. With that, I would also like to thank the audience for being with us through this 2-hour-long session. Thank you very much, everybody.
Ladies and gentlemen, please give a big round of applause to our panelists for a very intense and interesting session. May I request Dr. Sangeeta Verma, member CCI, to thank our panelists, presenting small tokens of appreciation.
Certainly.
Request Dr. Sangeeta Verma to thank Mr. Ramji Srinivasan, Senior Advocate, Supreme Court of India. Request ma'am to thank Mr. Manu Chaturvedi, Advocate, Delhi High Court. Mr. Sanjeev Bikhchandani, Founder and Executive Chairman, InfoEdge. Mr. Suraj Saharan, Co-Founder, Delivery. Dr. Rajat Kathuria, Dean, Shiv Nadar University. Ms. Nisha Podar, Editor, CNBC TV 18. Thank you very much. We reassemble here at 2:45 for technical session 2 on emerging issues in regulation of combinations.
I
Yeah, I will just request all of you to please join us for lunch. Our panelists, our distinguished guests, we request you to please join us for lunch. We reconvene at 2:45 for the next technical session. Thank you.
do have frequently, but I'm now used to deciphering.
Deciphering, right? I have the doctor's
prescription types.
This was your first question. I had a colleague who, after 7-8 years, moved on to Facebook. And so regularly I used to, old matters when it used to come up, I used to send her my notes. Please read because you're the only one who understands the handwriting. So it's on the website. यार बड़ी दौड़ लगाते हो यार मैंने कब किया यार आउट ऑफ टर्न लिस्ट कराते हो
टाइम हो गया
5 minutes 2 minutes
Welcome back. We'll now start our technical session 2 on emerging issues in regulation of combinations. We have as session chair Mr. Bhagwant Singh Bishnoi, member CCI. Mr. Arijit Barman, Deputy Resident Editor of the Economic Times, is the moderator of the session. We have a very distinguished panel. I'd request Mr. Barman to introduce the panel and start the session.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's a post-lunch session on Saturday afternoon. So I'm sure most of you would rather be home than attend a conference, but we'll try to make it as riveting as possible because the subject indeed is one. Now, we've been told historically, or as the popular saying goes, that marriages are made in heaven. But in today's world, where even currencies are getting stored in databases known as chains, which in turn are connected through peer-to-peer nodes. I'm talking about cryptocurrencies, and all of us are soon going to have a digital avatar in metaverse. Marriages, at least the corporate types, are increasingly getting consummated in boardrooms, precipitated and catalyzed by private equity or venture capitalists who have more money, certainly, than the gods. Therefore, our topic, emerging issues in regulation of combinations, becomes very, very relevant and topical. We are seeing a spate of interesting, transformative, even disruptive mergers and acquisitions take place across the digital and tech ecosystems. Even in legacy sectors in infrastructure, for example, ports, airports, and of course, green energy, we are seeing a lot of consolidation. Green energy, of course, is the color of this ESG season. But before we get going, I would request Mr. Bhagwant Singh Bishnoi, Member, Competition Commission of India, to say a few words and inaugurate the session. Over to you, Mr.
Thank you, Arijit. Eminent panelists, distinguished guests, it is indeed a pleasure to welcome all of you to this event today, which is part of the AZADI Ka AMRIT Mahotsav, or AKAM celebrations. We are grateful that we have the opportunity today to showcase the work of the Competition Commission. While the audience today is the most informed one, it also so happens that the public at large remains uninformed of the work that we do. So we are fortunate that a program this morning was inaugurated by Minister of State Rao Inderjit Singh Ji. That was followed by a session on the antitrust enforcement part of our work, which was chaired by my colleague, Dr. Sangeeta Verma. We now have this session on the regulatory aspects of the Commission's jurisdiction, where we deal with mergers and acquisitions. Our general approach is regulation with a light touch. A journalist I met this morning explained to me that the light touch is the reason why we do not get the media attention which we might get otherwise. Be that as it may, I do not think that any change is warranted. In fact, just the other day, our minister highlighted that regulation with a light touch is what she expects from us. Ladies and gentlemen, we are fortunate to have Mr. Arijit Barman as our moderator today. He is, as we all know, most competent for the job, given his wide experience in covering the areas of mergers and acquisitions. To complement Mr. Barman, we have an illustrious and diverse panel comprising of officers of the CCI, legal practitioners, industry representatives, and economists. This, we expect, would allow for wide-ranging discussion from multiple perspectives to get a 360-degree insight on our work relating to combinations. This is one of the first conferences in the physical mode in the post-COVID area for CCI, and I'm happy to see so many bright and happy faces here. COVID has brought about several disruptions in the economy and supply chain. It has also changed the way goods and services are delivered, and some of the new modes seem to have acquired permanency. It is also generating ideas and innovation. We are witnessing growth in the startup ecosystem and new opportunities for investment. Keeping pace with the changing economy, the M&A landscape is also changing. New trends are emerging, especially with regard to transactions in the digital sector and investments by private equity and institutional investors in the new economy. Given the fast evolution of new markets, the challenge before competition authorities is to stay ahead of the curve and be agile in identifying and addressing competition concerns. Agencies also need to craft suitable remedies for effective market correction. It is therefore important that regulators engage with stakeholders to understand market realities and challenges and use the feedback to improve their practices and processes. In the last 2 years, we have taken several steps to make the filing process easier. I will mention a few. We have simplified the forms for notifying a transaction to the Commission. The objective is to reduce compliance burden so that we have timely disposal of cases. Electronic filing has also been introduced, with parties being allowed to file notices and pay fees online. The Commission has done away with the requirements for filing details of non-compete covenants. This allows parties greater flexibility while negotiating transactions. The average time taken to dispose of a combination notice has come down to 17 working days. The Green Channel scheme, which was introduced in 2019, provides for automatic approval of certain combinations. It has gained traction, and 55 cases have so far come via this route. In the last financial year, 1 out of 4 combination notices filed was through the Green Channel. The challenge for the CCI is to keep pace with changes in the business sector and adapt quickly to new requirements. The fact that our regulations have been amended regularly shows our commitment to being responsive to the needs of the market. Our overall aim is to further strengthen the trust-based regime, which is the bulwark to maintain the fine balance between enforcement and facilitation. With these remarks, let me once again welcome and thank all of the panelists and participants. We look forward to a productive session. I thank you all.
Thank you, sir, for setting the agenda. Let me now introduce the panel to everyone. Avantika Kakkar, partner Cyril Amarchand Mangaldas. Mr. Ramesh Subramanian, till recently Senior Vice President of Tata Sons. Mr. Roshan Thomas, Group General Counsel from EdTech Major Byju's. Mr. Ramji Tamarapo, Senior Economist, Eon One Research. Karan Singh Chandiok, Partner Chandiok and Mahajan. From CCI, we have Mr. Manish Govel, Advisor, CCI, and Mr. Vipul Shah, Joint Director, CCI. Thank you, everyone, for joining this session. My name is Arijit Barman. I work for the Economic Times as a senior editor, and I will be moderating this session. Some housekeeping rules I think we should set before we actually begin. We shall try to keep this session as interactive as possible, so anyone, if you want to disagree with a point of view, please, butt in. Please agree to disagree. After all, we are a boisterous democracy. If possible, keep your answers non-technical so that a layman like me also understands. And at the end of the session, we shall open the floor for questions. So let's dig right in and start by a rather macro question. Amalgamations have become pretty common these days. It's a commercial call. Private equity sitting on $3.4 trillion of dry powder, a third of which actually sits among buyout funds around the world as per our latest study by Bain and Company, the consultants. Private equities have really become a mega force to reckon with. Parallelly, we have also seen the speed at which several conglomerates, like an AZADI, like a Reliance, are shopping for assets and companies in India and around the world. But my first question, and that will be to Vipul, do such widespread consolidation by either private equity funds or concentration of power and clout amongst a few strategic companies lead to lesser competition? What's the regulatory point of view?
Thank you, Arijit. In my response, I'll try to balance all the pointers which you have given us, including the language which should be, more general. And I also try to have more of the discussion in the most conceptual of the terms. So, though the question has been posed in terms of the private equity and the concentration arising therefrom with their operative framework, I'll try to generalize the same by saying that the major concern is the issue of common ownership and cross ownership, if we put it in more general terms. By common ownership, we would mean that some operators are acquiring equity stakes in most of the competitors which are operating in a sector. Another trend which has been associated with that is that generally the acquisition of stake would be minority. Instead of going for full-fledged acquisition, merger or amalgamation, there would be a trend of acquiring a minority stake in a number of competitors. Similarly, there can be trends of cross-ownership as well. In that case, the player will not be a private equity player. In fact, it will be an operative competitor in its own right, but it's also investing in another competitor. Now, what happens in this kind of ownership structures and this kind of acquisitions is that, yes, there are definite chances of softening of competition, because either the institutional investor, if it is a case of PE investment, or the competitor who is going for cross ownership will definitely have, number one, different set of incentives. Secondly, it will have different set of ability as well. There may be chances that the person with its clout, with its power, is able to influence the unilateral decision making, or may simply use the platform of these many companies for coordination of their actions. So there are definite theories of harms. The theories of harms are being developed. These are the concerns which are being voiced all over. Now, is it a matter of concern? Yes, it is a matter of concern. Second question, is our regulatory landscape equipped to take care of these situations? So now on the second question, I'm going to give you a brief overview of the regulatory landscape in India. See, let's begin from the very basic question. What are mergers? Mergers and acquisitions basically denote economic integration. Economic integration which is going beyond the ordinary commercial linkages. So there is something more. Instead of a purchaser-supplier relationship, there is something more which is being added. Now, what is that more? This merger and acquisition activity can take various forms. It can be outright mergers, amalgamations, or it can simply be acquisition. And when it comes to acquisition, again, it can be acquisition of shares, acquisition of voting rights, acquisition of assets, or acquisition of control. Now, what is the significance of these different forms? How should we consider it? How do we consider it in our regulatory framework? It's very important to have this classification. These different forms of mergers and acquisitions are associated with different degrees of integration. In case of mergers, amalgamation, acquisition of control, the integration is likely to be complete. And in case of acquisition of shares or voting rights, it may be complete or it may be partial. Now, this brings first question, which is to be addressed by all the jurisdictions. I'll tell you what have we done in CCI. And the question is that what are the instances which you are going to regulate? Are you going to regulate only the cases of complete integration? Or are you also going to regulate the questions of or the issues of partial integration? The competition regime in India is a check-all approach. And we consider all different forms of acquisitions, even if it is a partial integration into the fold. But there is an obvious flip side to it. And what is the flip side? If we are going for this type of an approach, there is likely to be a situation where the number of combinations which require to be notified can be many. So how are we going to bring in that balance? So what CCI has done is, CCI has carved out an exemption as per which if there is a minority acquisition, less than 25% of shares, and if that acquisition has been made in ordinary course of business or solely for the purposes of investment, then that particular combination is not required to be notified. Through its decisional practice, we have clarified what is meant by ordinary course of business. We have given an explanation through our combination regulations that what constitutes solely as an investment. So basically what we are trying to do is, number one, to appreciate that yes, there is a concern which implies that such acquisitions are required to be examined. Number two, putting up a framework for examination of such combinations. Number three, ensuring that such framework does not cause an overreach and goes into the combinations which do not pose any harm to competition at all. I think this sets the tone for the discussions.
But Avantika, you are a practitioner of law, so what are the real issues? I mean, Vipul explained the lay of the land, but when you're dealing with clients, when you're dealing with real life situations, what are the issues that you face within this framework that Vipul just described?
Right. I think I have to say I disagree with Vipul on common ownerships being a concern. And the reason I'm saying that is that I'm not sure that one can definitively say that there's any empirical evidence to suggest that common ownership does in fact lead to a lessening of competition. It could. But does it absolutely in every case lead to a lessening of competition? I think instinctively I would say no. Having said which, it's also not a concern anymore because we have to understand that India, the regulator in India often has to explain its stance on minority acquisitions, but in truth it is not the only regulator that requires the notification of minority acquisitions. So who are the other jurisdictions? There's UK, there's Germany, there's Austria, there's Japan, there's the US in some cases, and there's Brazil. So I don't think the Commission needs to justify the fact that it is going to examine minority acquisitions, even by private equity players. That, I think, is now very clear. There's also ample clarity in the nature of transactions that they will examine. But on a practical standpoint, when you are writing the form for the Commission, you have to understand that a private equity player does not necessarily always get involved with the business. The private equity player does not have access to the information that is sometimes required on the portfolio that you require. A private equity player could be a fund of funds. It could be an investor in another fund who in turn has portfolio investments. It does not have access to the information that is required in the form that we file. Now, practically, this is overcome because we do get the requisite, the request for information from the Commission, and we are in most cases able to explain this away. But that's the practical glitch. It takes time to explain this to the clients who you're coordinating with. But I think there's also a high degree of comfort now within the Commission that, okay, if they're saying they don't have the information, then they probably don't.
But isn't it more nuanced in the sense that when you say private equity, you're calling them passive capital providers, but many of them are increasingly becoming more proactive. They are becoming far more micromanagers, so to speak. So therefore, they're just not a capital provider, they're much more than that.
Which is why they're not exempt.
Okay.
So we don't go with that underlying assumption that they are naturally passive. Most private equity players will say we are passive investors. But the Commission, with its precedents and with the way it enforces these precedents, does not take that assumption on face value. It digs deeper.
And you also talked about so far we don't have empirical evidence about concentration of clout or power. Isn't that the big global debate today when it comes to, we'll talk at length about it, but big tech and breaking big tech, or, you know, the way AT&T or big oil, you know, was broken up. We do seem to have some evidence, even as consumers in India, that many of these platforms do actually have a lot of clout and influence and impact our behavioral or consumption patterns.
Right. So again, I think clout, influence, dominance, being big, these are not illegal. Yeah, definitely not before the Competition Commission of India.
Mm-hmm.
But yes, the exercise of an influence which could be abusive conduct, it is being investigated. I think the debate is on, as you rightly say, but I don't believe, other than case-by-case action, the world has moved much towards anything harsh, because I think everyone is mindful of balancing the need for innovation and balancing the need for everything else, that is, you know, a level playing field and fairness.
Mm-hmm.
So I think a lot of large investigations that are happening, the famous GAFA investigations, which are also now picked up in a very big way in India, these are all steps towards that regulation. But I think the fact that you're being investigated doesn't necessarily make you bad till that investigation concludes.
Right. Roshan, you know, we're talking about big players. Byju's is certainly a very large and influential edtech company. It has grown through acquisitions, not just in India, even overseas. Now, many of them would be great or value accretive for your shareholders, but there seems to be a creeping apprehension among certain stakeholders that it may not necessarily be so for the wider ecosystem or the edtech ecosystem. How would you react to, you know, such views?
Thank you, Arijit. Soften that one. No, but no, thank you. I think, you know, as a responsible industry player, we welcome regulation in the space. And we, in fact, had recently the opportunity to be interacting with the CCI on a deal, the Akash merger. And at the outset, if I may say this, if that interaction was anything to go by, industry has nothing to worry about, because the process was efficient and pragmatic. So, you know, we approached the commission about 2 weeks in advance of the filing for a pre-filing consultation, or a PFC. And the constructive feedback that we got from the case officers helped us identify data gaps well in advance, also get a sense of what it is that the commission's actually looking for, so we could tailor our form to address those concerns. This is an invaluable process, because you know, one of the concerns we would have as industry is, are you going to be hamstrung in being able to close a deal, because it's going to take an extremely long period to address markets that are not commonly understood, or new markets, new emerging markets. And that PFC process was invaluable. Similarly, I think just in terms of the attention and responsiveness we got from the commission, and I know this was at the height of the pandemic, several of the case officers were dealing with health and health issues, but yet I think we got through the entire process in less than 45 days, which is fantastic. I mean, again, from the industry's perspective, are we worried about, you know, being part of a process that's efficient and pragmatic? No, we're not. I think definitely happy to be part of that. And similarly, I think the way the commission approached the definition of market, they kept it open, as rightly should. They analyzed the parties' definitions of what is the broader market, you know, informal, non-formal education, and then narrow markets, which are specific test prep, to come out with their assessment. So this demonstrates, again, pragmatism, sophistication, and readiness to understand emerging markets. You need that practice to be able to give us comfort, to, you know, be wanting to be part of a process.
And how has been the experience overseas as well? Because you've acquired companies in other jurisdictions as well.
So all of them were luckily exempt. That said, okay, sorry, I have a quick comment on the private equity piece, though.
Yeah, sure.
You know,
I do think that overregulation of minority investment protection rights is going to be problematic, especially in this market, this macroeconomic climate where capital raising is so challenging. Companies are going to struggle to be able to raise money.
Not by Jews.
We're an exception maybe, perhaps, but generally. I think it's important because as responsible investors, the private equity investors, they have fiduciary and legal duties to their own investors, their sources of fund. They need to make sure that the money that's going to a company is not being frittered away. It's actually being utilized for the purposes it was meant to. So therefore, a board seat or control in terms of consent rights over, changing business lines or approving new forms of business models need to be given because that's where the money came for. You can't just now suddenly say, I'm a mobility company and I'm going to turn around and do restaurants the next day.
Can I add?
Yeah, please.
Actually, if you look at from the private equity world perspective, most global private equity are very scared of being on the wrong side of competition commissions across the world. But look at their commercial motive. The commercial motive is to have investments in a sector. And for India is part of the emerging markets segment generally in the private equity world. And therefore, their intent is actually to grab the sector. Their intent is never to kind of go deep into the markets and become one large dominant player. They want in many ways, diversification of risk. So if they enter into one sector, they would like to invest in 2 or 3 companies, one with a focus on something, one with a focus a little better, to hedge the risk. Sometimes the intention is completely devoid of even having an idea of having control or trying to dominate the market. So I think most investments will qualify under that. They are more for hedging risks against each other, one company management versus the other, and one segment leader versus the other. So I think that's where I think this minority interest, I do agree with Roshan that sometimes this is slightly, I think, the worry is much more than it is actually. Maybe in some cases there is a definite intent to have a grand plan, but most private equities have first of all, they have limited lives. And if they have limited lives, their immediate worry is to get out with the maximum valuation. And in that space, a fund tries to maximize the return. Its intention is not really to look at long-term market creation, etc.
It's true, Mr. Subramaniam, for, I guess, private equity firms to diversify their portfolio, but in venture capital, it's a little more different because they do have competing businesses in the same portfolio. But, the spate of digital M&As that's happening all over the world is forcing antitrust authorities to focus on 2 things. One is, of course, the size and concentration. A large number of acquisitions by the big tech firms are perhaps also to kill potential competitors that are nascent, yet strategic in terms of the IPs they hold, which could be disruptive, or they have access to consumer data, which we all know is the new oil. Remember, ages ago, Coca-Cola bought Thumbs Up and Gold Spot, and then Gold Spot vanished from the market. Coca-Cola, however, couldn't kill Thumbs Up, though. It still is the #1 cola brand in the country. But as an economist, Ram, how do you see this play out? You come from DC, from Washington, DC, and there the regulators are talking really tough these days.
Thanks. So I think we need to understand what we do when we talk of a merger assessment. So it's essentially an ex-ante assessment. So we have to imagine what the world would look like after the merger or acquisition has happened, and then see what sort of anti-competitive behavior is possible. Right.
Sorry to interject. So ex-ante, you mean you're forecasting
Yes.
before the actual event?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Right. As opposed to the morning session, which was enforcement, which is an ex-post analysis.
Yeah.
So in this context, traditionally what we do, and when I say traditionally, the industries prior to the digital revolution, to simplify the matter, we had a structure, or we still have a structure, where we say, okay, what are the contours of the market in which the two parties operate in, right? The products, services, as well as the geography. Mm-hmm. And then once we have the contours of the market, which is called market definition or the relevant market, we then say what is the overlap between these two companies. And then once we know the overlaps, we then go into a deeper assessment to say, within these overlaps, what is likely to cause anti-competitive behavior, mm-hmm. right? So we look at what is the market share and market concentration prior to and after the merger or acquisition. Are there any entry barriers into this market? What is the nature of buyer power in this market? Do they have countervailing power? Are there substitutes for these products? Are there imports which would constrain the behavior of these parties? And is there a scope for what we call unilateral behavior, which mm-hmm. is to raise prices, reduce production, or any kind of cartelization, which is cooperative behavior between competitors? So this is the traditional approach that we take. Now, with digital markets, this whole paradigm has shifted. And so what we have to look at here is relevant market analysis even practical or applicable? I'm not saying in all cases, but in some cases, right? And especially if you're going to look at what is going to happen post the acquisition, we should focus on the market in which the companies are going to operate after the acquisition. So for instance, if you look at the big acquisitions which everyone talks about, and which is, again, in Washington, D.C., spoken about a lot, is Facebook acquisition of WhatsApp, Facebook's acquisition of Instagram. When you look at Facebook, it's a social networking platform. WhatsApp is a messaging platform. Instagram used to be a photo sharing platform. So
it's getting blurred.
It's very blurred. So, one, you can say, because technology or digital technology is pervasive and is the backbone of a lot of different products and services, one could say, well, everything belongs in this market. Mm-hmm. I mean, which is not really useful because you're just expanding the contours of the market and you're not going to get any meaningful results out of it. Mm-hmm. Or you could be very narrow. And in that case, and that is precisely what happened with WhatsApp and Instagram initially, because those mergers were not challenged by the Federal Trade Commission, and it went through. Because the market would have been social networking, photo sharing. They're not in the same market space. There is no overlap, no cause for concern. Now, what happens in digital is you could have adjacencies like this, or it could be a completely unrelated. For instance, Amazon, which is e-commerce mainly, went and acquired Whole Foods, which is a food supermarket chain, right? Then everyone is talking about Tesla acquiring Twitter, right? One is e-car, e-vehicle, autonomous vehicles, whereas you're talking about another social networking platform.
Amazon bought Zoox, right?
Zoax,
which is also an autonomous vehicle.
Exactly, right? So these are, again, how do you even do a market definition and an analysis in this situation? So the issue here is really focusing on, if we can, what is the market that the companies, by merging, what synergies are they trying to unlock so that they can enter into another space where there might already be other market players, but they could use the power, the synergies, and probably become a bigger player in that market, or to go into a completely new market, or create a new market in which they will be the first entrant, and obviously there could be potential entry barriers which could be raised so others cannot enter. Right? These are some of the issues in terms of digital markets that are very different from...
And evolving.
And evolving. And so my approach to this, and which is, I guess, the way in which, there are a lot of academics talking about it, is the way in which I think enforce or regulation of mergers is going to go, is actually identify, if possible, which market these entities are going to play a role in, and do what we call in our profession as an effects analysis. What is the effect, economic effect, rather than focusing on trying to define a market and coming up with nothing, right? So you might as well take a practical approach and look at what the effects are in the new market, which, again, that's a guessing game. You never know, which markets are, especially in technology, where there is a lot of innovation. The direction in which the markets evolve is completely unknown, right?
Karan, sitting in New Delhi, far away from DC, but some of these issues of concentration are universal. I mean, we are also talking about it, for example. So how do you guys, as lawyers, access or assess concentration when market boundaries are so fluid? As Ram was saying, a search company getting into advertising, Google, Facebook buying WhatsApp. WhatsApp's a messaging company, Facebook was a social media company, Microsoft buying LinkedIn. And there are numerous such examples. So as practitioners of law, how do you really, break it all down when things are so fluid and so still evolving?
So
in an India context.
So speaking from an Indian context, Harshit, I think the main aspect is, so when we're applying the foundations and the framework under which we work in is established under the law itself. And as Ram was mentioning, with the boundaries of the relevant markets, the markets in which the concentration is going to have an effect, are also defined, and that is the job when we go in as lawyers, when we present to the commission to say, here is my transaction, please look at it, is to go and say, this, according to me, should be the relevant market. And the commission may agree or disagree. I think Roshan mentioned that when they went for the PFC, maybe the commission had a different view on the way they perceived the market to be. And then you address it on that basis. But I think what your question is a wider question. Do we need to have a policy and a regulatory response to sort of this market concentration? I think as a very fundamental level, should we today stop entrepreneurship? One is I have a core business area that I do. I am a cab hailing app, but tomorrow I think there is a business in making motorcycles and scooters in electric motorcycles. Should I be stopped? Should I stop that entrepreneurship? Should I stop that economic growth from taking place? And the capital behind that works towards it. The second is, do we have today evidence that this has been bad? Yes, Facebook and WhatsApp did bring out a regulatory response to say, do we have the tools currently to even scrutinize them? Because we want to scrutinize this before it happens rather than afterwards, because perhaps markets would have changed so dramatically that the changes in the market would have been irreversible at that point. But the tools are still there. We have in the Indian context Section 3 and Section 4, which deals with abuse of dominance. So the CCI as self is not without any powers to look into these issues. The second thing is what is evidence telling us? I mean, as lawyers, the first thing I look for is evidence. Prove me this conduct led to this effect. But if I look at, in fact, the authority in the UK, the CMA actually commissioned a study into some of these large transactions that had taken place. And I'll take two examples. One was Facebook and Instagram. And when Instagram started, the acquisition took place, they were at about 30 million users. But post-acquisition, they went up to 1 billion users. At that time it also allowed Instagram to evolve as a product. It went from a photo sharing app to a messaging app to a social media app, allowed it to monetize it in ways. Today it has reels and the likes, which were product innovations which were otherwise not there. So it reached a larger set of consumers. It became a better product. And that is what this study actually said, that because Facebook had these R&D efficiencies, those efficiencies were leveraged and made Instagram into a better product than it was previously. Equally, you look at, that's perhaps still somewhere in the boundaries of social media, right? You look at Google and Waze. Waze is, Waze is a map app which tells you live traffic data. Now, the way Google and Waze approached the market was very different. Google Maps did licensing of satellite technology. It had its, those Google cameras going around the world and taking street views. And Waze did it by crowdsourcing. You and I would say where the cop is, where the traffic is, and so on and so forth. But when the Google Waze transaction took place, again, the CMA examined the fact that they were actually complementarities and efficiencies, which made both of them a better product, which meant ultimately consumer welfare actually was enhanced. So unless and until there is clear evidence that these are going to cause a grand plan, as I think one of the commentators said earlier, unless and until that is there, the regulatory response should be the light touch, which Member Bishnoi mentioned. And the way the response has been outside India, and I would say less so in India, but outside of India, is that when you go in for a scrutiny of a transaction, you're asked for now immense amount of data. You're asked for, okay, the deal team, I want all their emails to be put forward because they want to know, was there a grand plan to be given? And most of the time, the answer is no. We don't perhaps do that so much in India, but that is the thinking behind it, to see, is this speculative or is there something behind it at all?
So Ram, it's really boils down to a very tough balancing act. Killer acquisitions versus where the potential benefits from the M&A, as Karan was saying, could be significant due to the spillover effects or, somebody leveraging, the R&D capabilities of the acquirer. And the spillover effects for consumer and society at large. It's really a tough balancing act.
Yeah, it is. I mean, all merger control is, like I said, because you're dealing, it's a lot of crystal ball gazing with, some information which you have. So especially, when we are talking about digital markets, the balancing act there is like, what was highlighted in the panel's discussion earlier today, is to err on the side of caution, right? So that's what we call type 1 error, right? So you, actually that's not type 1, that's type 2. But so type 1 error is where you disallow a merger, assuming that it is going to be causing anti-competitive effects in the marketplace, right? And as opposed to a type 2 error, where you actually allow a merger, but in fact, it should not have been allowed, right? Because it potentially has the anti-competitive effects. Now, in the case of in technology markets or digital markets, type 1 error is more costly because you're potentially saying no to a transaction which could actually lead to greater innovation, technological progress, and more consumer welfare, right? If you wrongly disallow a merger, then the costs to the economy and the welfare costs are pretty high. On the other hand, so there you would want a light touch, meaning you don't want to commit a type 1 error, so you actually be more lenient when you're assessing a merger when it comes to technology or digital marketplace, which we don't know much about. But on the other hand, when you allow a merger and it happens to be a killer acquisition, where the company decides after the merger not to pursue the idea of the target. So in that case, the type 2 error becomes costly when actually the target could have led to greater innovation and new products and services in the marketplace which enhance consumer welfare, right? So again, it's very difficult, but given that killer acquisitions, there is not a whole lot of evidence of killer acquisitions, at least as far as we know. It's better to actually minimize the type 1 error, meaning have a light touch, assessment, merger assessment. But again, like as Karan was pointing out, there are sections 3 and 4. If something goes wrong, then you have the tools to actually do an ex-post regulation or enforcement when there is an anti-competitive behavior that is being spotted.
Got it. Mr. Govil, I'll want to bring you in here and ask you, based on what Ram and the other panelists are saying, do we then need
It is placed before the commission takes a concerted decision on those mergers, and an speaking order is passed, and that speaking order is put up on the website for public viewing, except for some confidential information which is masked. Most of the order is put up before mostly all the orders are put up before the public, and it is also appealable also. So it's all a public process. So we have to make sure that these are legally sustainable orders also. We have to follow the due process of law. So that is the third challenge. So having said those challenges, we are constantly in this endeavor to meet up with these challenges at the commission, and we interact with the stakeholders and the lawyers. All of us are in this whole process of how to make this process more efficient, more simple, more quicker for the parties, for the general parties in general. Now, having said that, coming to the next question which Arijit has put, that do you need certain, do we need other ex-ante regulation? That's a point to be debated. We had a e-commerce study recently, some 2 years back, and in that e-commerce study we had recommended for self-regulation of the industry. In fact, a lot of session previously also, many of the people have said that there should be self-regulation in the industry. But if the industry does not self-regulate, and if there are still concerns, then there have to be some soft type of regulation which have to come into place. Like, for example, in the EU, they have come out with a new competition toolkit. So it's a series of ex-ante regulatory, what you call, commitments which these big companies have to undertake, a sense of behavior against their partners, which they have to take, and that is in the public domain. So those type of issues we'll see. The time, I think, may be ripe if we are not able to what you call regulate the industry through these soft touch methods which we have in the Competition Commission here. Thank you.
But Vipul, in our laws, we do have section that allows for breaking up of companies. I mean, section 28 to be specific, yet to be tested, but we still have it.
Yeah, we do have that section, but before we go into it, let me respond to a few of the points which have been made regarding the relevant market and the assessment framework which can be followed in case of digital mergers. See, what I believe is that what is relevant market? Relevant market as defined under the Act, as generally understood in context of antitrust or merger regulation, is basically an attempt to bring in the products which are related to each other. Now, there can be different aspects based on which that relationship can be established. We generally consider it in terms of demand side substitutability, and we consider the factors such as characteristics, intended use, price. There are jurisdictions who do factor in the supply side substitutability as well. So relevant market does not have a proper, or you can say, a very limited or restrictive application. Now, when it comes to the digital markets, I believe some linkages can still be explored, evaluated between the merging parties. Yes, there can be some situations in which the parties who are merging may be in completely unrelated areas, and we are not able to find any parallel between the operations of the two. And in some cases, there may be some linkages. For example, we always talk of data as being a link for most of, or data being a link or being a driving force behind most of the digital mergers. So that may be one way to settle the relevant market issue. I really believe that the problem is more on the issue of evidentiary standard in terms of theory of harm. When we associate technology and when we say a new technological innovation being made, it sometimes surpasses our wildest imaginations. We couldn't have imagined that this type of product is going to make way, and suddenly we see a new entry in the market which is in that zone. So that means if technology is capable of making such big leaps, then the examination of a merger, when you come across certain aspects on which the competition authorities may believe that, combining these type of R&D technologies, combining these type of data analytical technologies, etc., can actually lead to development of new potential products, which can turn out to be a sort of a killer proposition or, a sort of a foreclosure proposition. The evidentiary standard in terms of those theories of harm may not be very strong. But it is not because of any weakness in assessment, but because of the very characteristic of technology leapfrogging itself. So I guess some debate has to, we have to have some debate on what kind of evidentiary standard we are looking at. Then a point was made by Ram that, we should be more acceptable of type 1 error. I would say that in case of technology, the resulting situation may be such which may be impossible to revert. If you find that you have landed up in a situation where foreclosure is imminent, even if, now I'm coming to the section 28 aspect also, though it is untested, but even if we go into that domain, every application of section will have to have a developed framework, how you are going to apply it. It is definitely going to involve time. Now, time being the essence here, the time which is taken to complete the investigation in itself can be enough for the person, for the parties to move on to the next product, or even if they continue to hold the existing product in the market, it may not be of high economic value to them. They might have already found out the alternatives for which they are going to move on. Secondly, even if section 28 has that force, let's first discuss what are we going to divest. When we speak of remedying a merger, what do? We either go for structural remedies where we may be asking the parties to divest. It generally is going to function more in case of manufacturing entities, traditional entities, where the capacities will be divested. Behavioral, given the algorithmic usage, given the way the digital markets function, behavioral remedies are not going to work. So what exactly are we going to achieve with divestiture? So if the divestiture being that difficult, and the divestiture, not being economically viable also. So don't you think that in such situation, even the type 2 errors do come in, that it is important to prohibit or, remedy the mergers at the inception itself, and the debate can obviously be on the required evidentiary theory.
You talk about divestiture, two big case studies in India was the Lafarge-Holcim merger, and you asked Lafarge to divest their plants in eastern India, and L&T Schneider, where CCI put a lot of conditions. But many would argue that these cases are few and far between. Is that exactly the reason why it is so?
Actually, that to some extent is a testimony of the kind of merger assessment that is done, and the cases which actually require remedies are far and few. Now, apart from Lafarge and Holcim and L&T Schneider you mentioned, there have been other cases, but most of the cases have involved manufacturing operations. So, those have been traditional, conventional industries where the capacities have been divested. Where it was felt that divestiture may not be required, then the behavioral remedies have been resorted to. But this is an indicator that the assessment do factor in all the possible perspective from the business side as well, and the remedies are imposed only in the cases where they are earnestly required to remedy the situation. So that's broadly in line with the international trends as well.
Correct. Now, most people would say that we look at product market share to make a decision. But as the panel, a lot of members have been saying, and it's a reality as the lines are getting blurred, fintech or payments is becoming an integral part to many of these corporations. Now, does the dynamics change completely if you add a product market share with payments thrown into the mix? Like Google has payments, so when Google does something, you not only look at product market share, but also look at what the implications are when you add the payment side of it to it. Similarly, Flipkart now has a fintech side. Several other such companies and conglomerates have that. So does it add a layer of complexity as well to when you judge these cases?
I'm taking payments as basically any other conglomerate product, which may be applicable in that situation. This is also an increasing trend, which I have been witnessed. The core reason for it may be that the firms are opting for diversification. This may be a very big justification from the business perspective. But from the competition law perspective, again, if we consider diversification in traditional space, it will have some ramifications. And if we consider diversification in form of such acquisitions in the digital space, it will have even more, different ramifications. Yes, any kind of diversification adds a layer of complexity to the analysis. And the reason is that most of the theories, the developed theories, will speak of unilateral effects, coordinated effects, and those are applicable primarily to the horizontal overlap cases. In case of vertical mergers, again, the theories are very clear. We are going to look at the ability of the parties to engage in foreclosure. We are going to look at their incentives. And based on that, we will be in a position to arrive at some sort of decision.
Okay.
But when the products are neither horizontal nor vertical, then as we were discussing in case of digital, they may have some linkage or they may be completely delinked. In case they are completely delinked, then it's fine. It's very hard to find any plausible theory of harm associated with that phenomena, and the only reason can be diversification. But if there is some linkage, then the complexity, will increase manifold. And again, the focus will shift on delineation of relevant market. As I discussed, that issue can be handled to some extent. And again, the crux will come to the evidentiary standard for the theory of harm. Because you do not want to come across as very speculative. When you say, A and B are merging and we believe that this is going to happen. So it shouldn't sound like you are reading a sci-fi novel. That, this may happen, that may happen. Obviously, you want it to be grounded. You want it to connect to some of the case facts. But there is going to be a limitation.
But some of these innovations are like sci-fi.
Exactly. It is like, that's what I said. So, when we are looking at that situation, when our focus is completely on the future, we are not even concerned that what their current products are. They may be completely unrelated. So when we are completely looking at it in terms of the potential competition, in terms of the potential products and services which they are going to offer, then, we have to apply the evidentiary standard and the theory of harm in that manner. That's my take. But what can be the reasonable connection between the current state and the envisaged state? That is something, which is an open question.
Avantika, we are talking about, these disruptive innovation. We're talking about, technology companies, consumer internet. But we have also seen these killer acquisitions in the past in pharma and biotech, which of course also involves a lot of innovation, R&D and IP. Isn't that so? Have you ever dealt with such cases and what's been your experience like?
I haven't dealt with killer acquisitions in the pharma space as such, but just jumping off from where Vipul left off, the Commission has seen innovative markets, and my experience has been with the consequences of what economic and legal theory have called killer acquisitions. So we all know that in the pharma and biotech space, as you rightly say, they have happened in the past. What has the consequence been? The consequence has been that competition regulators worldwide examine pipelines, right? So when parties go and report a merger, then they have to report the products that each party delivers, manufactures, sells, markets. But there is a specific question on what's the pipeline. And I think one recent case that, that the Commission worked very long and hard on, and I think some of the representatives are here as well, and I represented a third party there. This was the ZF and WAPCO transaction. And that is where this novel complementary market definition became very key, because the two players were auto component manufacturers. And the argument usually would be, if I were to go in with a notification to the Commission that I make brake cables, he makes brake cables, look at our combined market share. But what do you do if you only make separate components of what we call the braking system? So I think the Commission's order is actually a very beautiful read on system markets. And the Commission found that you don't necessarily, they found the middle path between horizontal and vertical linkages. They said there is such a thing as a complementarity, as a system linkage. And you could be suppliers to a braking system. And here also they applied, they brought into application the innovation theory of harm, where there was an expectation, there were pipeline products in the drum and disc braking system spaces for commercial vehicles. And the Commission said, no, we are not going to let the transaction go through without remedies, because we anticipate that the incentive to not allow innovation by a joint venture partner will be high. So the remedy was that that incentive is done away with. So again, linked to killer acquisitions, I think they can come anywhere. I think in the future, a lot of the discourse is around renewable and sustainable energy. You might see killer acquisitions there, because a lot of innovation is happening in that space as well.
Yeah. But the other narrative vis-a-vis killer acquisition is small target exemptions. Mr. Subramaniam, thank you patiently for waiting for so long. I wanted to ask you, should lawmakers consider revising the structure of the small target exemption and allow exemptions only if both assets and turnover are below the threshold, instead of the current practice where the exemption is allowed even when the value of either of them does not cross the threshold? I'm asking this because we've seen, I mean, one of the recent transactions, the PVR-Inox merger, did raise a lot of eyebrows in this context.
Yeah, I mean, but I think I'll just probably give a few pointers to what could be the change that's required. See, first of all, most acquisitions are only ambitious plans, and many of them do not really fluctuate to the extent they are intended to. So many of the acquisitions have not really resulted in a major loss to consumers, and that's a study which is already, several studies have been done to prove that. So I would really err on the side of light touch approach on that. The second context is that if I were CCI, I would take the risk of allowing, let's say, more support to efforts to bring in superior products to the consumer than worrying about the effect on the markets, which in many cases are not visible at the time of the acquisitions. This can happen much later and may not happen also. Now, the current definition, for example, and I'm told that there is an effort to even revise this or review this definition by bringing in more measures like value of the acquisition itself, which again, I think we are moving, if you do that, then you move away from the whole issue of market and consumer. Value of the acquisition is a matter of profitability and also sometimes asset base. If you're buying a power asset, then your value of acquisition will be very large, but profit you will not make much. So there's no relevance to that also. So if you put all this into context, and I think the principle should be then that whatever is really small and really small from the fact that it can be detrimental to consumers, that should be filtered out. Now, the current definition, it says exemption is for those having either lower than 350 crores of assets or lower than 1,000 crores of revenue, means that many, actually I'm talking probably contrary to what the industry would love, to have loopholes. But I think what we are trying to do is, I think the current definition allows so many acquisitions to go away, go under the carpet, that you will have to think about something new to be strengthened. Instead of that, the simple solution could be, if you say, if you really want to filter the big acquisitions, then maybe you can just, instead of or, put and you say that, if you're both large on revenue and large on assets, then you qualify to come to us. You're not going to be exempted. So I think we've probably created a problem which you're going to solve by some other means. I would say don't even look at the other means. Just solve the problem by probably thinking a little bit on what the current definition is. That could perhaps solve the problem. Because, for tech industry, for example, you are acquiring companies which have no revenue, no turnover right now, very few assets, because they require only people largely and software. So there, it's very easy to bypass these criteria. So I would rather be worried about a regulation which inadvertently hits other acquisitions where there is no real concern in the name of trying to solve one problem. That's the only issue I may have with the current piece.
Karan, as a practitioner, you want to come in and add,
So I think a lot of my clients will kill me for saying this, but I think I fully agree with Mr. Subramanian's point, and that's for a different reason. I think he brings out an excellent point, which is we're now used to this asset turnover regime. We've had it for over 10 years. We're used to how it works to a large part. And to bring in a new solution to something which can be easily perhaps tweaked, maybe will allow parties to live in a world where there is a lot more legal certainty and a lot less sort of fear that they are going to end up doing gun jumping or failure to notify the CCI. Because if you look at, again, going back to Facebook, WhatsApp, the response by a lot of jurisdictions was to come out with new thresholds, which allows them to scrutinize such transactions. Now, it was a response. It was a lot of the debate around it was the trigger was the Facebook, WhatsApp merger. Comes then the Austrian version of it, which is a deal value threshold. And then comes Facebook again, Facebook was fined 9.7 million by the Austrian authorities because they did not notify the Giphy merger. So what it comes down to is compliance. What I think Roshan was saying, there is a very effective system already working. And that system parties are now used to. They have great respect and great confidence that their transactions will be scrutinized and be out of the regulatory approval stage very quickly. And to give them, to perhaps come out with a new tool altogether, like a deal value threshold, may be problematic and may concern the fact that whether I need to notify, don't notify, and so on and so forth. So perhaps the answer lies with a simpler solution. Does not need an amendment of the law to take place and go through Parliament, and still empower the Commission. And nobody's taking away that power because there's a great confidence in the Commission that even if I have to notify my transaction, that transaction will go through swiftly. So maybe that is perhaps the right solution rather than coming out with fancy share of supply in the market share thresholds or DVT thresholds, which will create uncertainty and lead to friction.
Mr. Govil, the CLRC had actually recommended the DVT as an additional threshold to enable CCI to access combinations in digital markets, right? So where are we on that?
Yeah, thank you so much. So this question of having an additional threshold for M&A basically came about because certain mergers in the digital sector were not captured and were slipping out from the regulatory scrutiny. And these, we have an internal estimate, not much, but there are not many in such transactions which have come out. But anyway, these are transactions which have escaped regulatory scrutiny. So in this context, the CLRC had made a recommendation to have deal value threshold as an additional threshold. This new threshold will be accounting for an objective quantifiable standards for computing the necessary framework. And also we will be also looking at the local nexus criteria. So this issue is under consideration at an appropriate level at the legislative phase, and the good news is that legislative process is a consultative process, and whenever the lawmakers make a law, they always seek opinions of the Commission and of the government and of other stakeholders also before enacting the law. So many of these issues have come up, and these concerns have also been brought up before the law. So let's see how it pans out in the future. So still it is under consideration and in the realm of possibilities.
Mr. Subramaniam and Roshan, I'll come to the other point, which is gun jumping, which is becoming a pretty strong and debatable hot topic. Many would argue that this happens due to a lack of complete clarity or lack of awareness regarding notifiability of a transaction. Would you agree, Roshan?
Actually, if I may speak to the DVT point that Mr. Goel brought up. So I think the challenge that industry will probably have is valuation is more an art than a science, right? So you can have a situation where, like the saying goes, one man's trash is another man's treasure. So one person says a company is worth so much, valued at so much, when the next person says it's not. They may be similarly placed buyers, buying the same asset, but have different valuations attributed to it. And as a result, one triggers a threshold and the other doesn't. Similarly, what constitutes deal value? Deal value, if I'm looking at it as a transaction lawyer, there's an initial payment, there's a deferred payment, there are holdbacks, there are escrows, there are earnouts for future performance. Now, what all do I take into consideration when determining, and coming to the gun jumping point, do I come up to you and ask for that? Because most of it is going to be points or components which are in flux, which may not be able to be determined upfront. So now, how do we land at a clear, cogent criteria that industry is able to understand and say, yes, this is going to be triggering my obligation to come to the authority?
So I may just join.
Yeah, sure.
Actually, a low market share could still result in very high deal value, which had nothing to affect the consumer and the markets. It's just because of the nature of the product pricing, and the profitability that an acquirer, he puts it in a model. How do you value? One is, Roshan's point of view, how do you calculate? But that's a procedural aspect. How do you fundamentally arrive at a deal value? You take cash flows, okay? Or you take, let's say, new growth assumptions, and you build it into an Excel sheet and come to a valuation. And you discount it by a certain discount rate, which is reflecting the income stream or the return expectation. And you arrive at the value. Now, that would not probably meet the core objective of CCI to say that does it really affect the consumer, does it create monopoly? Actually, deal value could be completely different from causing a problem on this side. That's the only point. Some may, but by and large, they may not even be relevant.
Right. But vis-a-vis gun jumping, do you feel it's largely because of lack of clarity?
Yeah, I think there is a little bit of understanding that could be help. Okay, I would put it as alignment. I think CCI has done a very good job in terms of trying to understand the realities of the issue. So what happens is that when an acquisition is happening or a merger is happening, there is a valuation, and the acquirer values the asset on a certain business plan that is presented to him. And they also take into account the assumptions given at that time, including market share, including pricing of the product, etc. Now, what is the fear? You need approvals from lenders, you need approval from some contractees, you need approval from regulators, and many industries have industrial regulator also. So this process is a 3 to 6 month process depending on which industry you are. Sometimes it is smaller also. During this time, when the SPA is signed, the fear is that the business plan based on which the valuation was signed up should not be suddenly uprooted or changed by the current management or the board. That is the fear that the investor has. So what it does to cover that is put a few points saying that you will not change dramatically the business plan which you gave to me. You will not suddenly spring up a new strategy which was not intended. You will not spend some obscene amount of investment suddenly in an asset which I have not seen because I have not signed up to this plan. Okay? And suddenly you will not make changes to management, etc., suddenly without my consent. So there is a this is protection measure. I don't think I think there is a line there. It's not so clear that some may try and begin control also. But by and large, I have seen that most deals put this as protection measures. And I think the confusion starts when these protection measures are seen as gun jumping. I think that is where more probably alignment and understanding with the realities of how deal makers do. Remember, the investors spend a hell lot of money before going into a stage of SPA. SPA is the ultimate stage. Now, if they even have a fear that this will not go through the competition law, they will not even approach. Because I have seen investors doing deep study on the competition side before even looking at the company. Because they see that if it's visible that it's not going to go through, they will not even touch it. So they would be most willing to cooperate. I think the gun jumping provisions are the ones where probably a little bit more understanding of the other side could be of very, very, I think, good use. And I've seen that many of them are purely protectional. They have no intentions to jump it, actually.
Roshan, from a new economy point of view?
I am aligned on this because I think this interim operating governance that we call in transactions, right, from the time you sign till you actually close, and in the case here, getting approval, it's important that you preserve the value of the asset. Now, it may not only be negative protection. It may actually need a consultation because you could have a pandemic suddenly pop up in the middle of your deal. How do you work together to ensure that the asset that you bargain for, you're actually getting the same asset at the end of the transaction? You couldn't have started assuming you're buying X and then land up with Y, which is much lesser than what you started out with. So that's, I think, something that the industry will want clarity on. How do you get certainty on what kind of interim operating governance you could work with without being seen as actually taking over control from the other side?
I think one point could be that immediate pricing power and marketing power decisions. That is the key. That's the play for CCI. Those are the areas where the agreement should not probably tinker with. This is my personal thought process. I'm not saying with clear evidence, but I think that given what the objective is, maybe focus should be on that. The rest is about governance, investment risk, and putting fresh money without permissions. Those, I think, are very acceptable in my view. They should not be really violative.
And Avantika, it adds another layer of complexity in IBC cases, right? Because you have to take lender consent. So there's another set of stakeholders that come in, perhaps, you know, adding to the confusion.
No, I would say IBC cases are pretty set now. There was initial confusion, but because it's so regulated, it's been taken care of. But I think what you're also referring to is the situation where you might want to pay advance consideration, which has been some of the jurisprudence on the subject. I think another situation, or you know, offer a bank guarantee to pending payments, because you might be acquiring a company that is in need of funds immediately, but pending approval from the commission, it has no access to the money, and that might jeopardize the lender consents that it needs. So that's a specific situation. It has arisen, it could arise in the future. I think another aspect of gun jumping is of on-market purchases while we are discussing the idea of gun jumping. So whether minority acquisitions or entire acquisitions of the corporation, what happens when you agree or you decide as an opportunistic investor to make a block purchase on the stock exchange or make staggered purchases on the stock exchange? And this is something that has been part of a very major case that went right up to the Supreme Court. You know, again, borrowing from countries that have jurisprudence on the subject, I think the Commission had come up with a proposed amendment, a rule of derogation, where you could, in certain circumstances, certain very specific identified circumstances, make the application for approval post facto, and pending that approval, as the acquirer, you would not exercise any control over the target. But that law is still in the making. Maybe it'll find some shape in the monsoon session.
Vipul, many would, however, argue that the current penalty provisions are perhaps too soft or too less. It ranges from 0 to 1 lakh to 200 crores, wide-ranging discretion. Do you think the industry would, don't you think the industry would want more clarity on this?
Arijit, before I go into this question, I would like to respond to 2 or 3 points which have been made regarding the connected issues of DVT as well as the standstill obligations. A point has been made by Mr. Ramesh that DVT is also not necessarily best reflective of the value. So there has always been a debate that what should be the relevant threshold, and the best threshold would obviously be the one which filters out the exact transactions which have any likelihood of resulting in an appreciable adverse effect on competition. So going by that, what can be the best threshold? The best threshold can be some sort of market shares itself. There can be a share of market test. It can be modified versions of that. But increasingly, it has been felt that if you go into any threshold which lacks objectivity, it may hurt the business environment even more. Now, if you want to calculate market share, regardless of what the thresholds for notification may be, the first thing which you need to do is you need to define relevant market. It is not that simple an exercise which the parties can do ex ante and based on their estimates come to a conclusion that this transaction is required to be notified or not. So that's a problem. So that is why all sorts of tests which factor in some sort of assessment parameter are generally given away. Now the thing is that what are we using so far? We are using assets and turnover. Out of the values of assets and turnover, I also agree that assets do not necessarily reflect the competition potential. Turnover at least is indicative of the presence of the entity, the extent of presence of an entity. The assets may not even reflect that. But why do we have that? We have those thresholds for their objectivity. Now the idea, the discussions of CLRC have always been on the aspect that we need something to supplement the asset turnover test. Now there the deal value test comes in. In cases where deal value is more or less in sync with the asset value, as was being said, then in that situation, the transaction would be notifiable on either or basis, because even if we consider the present threshold regime, it would still be notifiable. So what will deal value test actually capture? Deal value test will capture only those situations where deal value is disproportionately high compared to the value of assets or the turnover that particular entity has. So deal value test, if and when it becomes part of the regulatory framework, it is going to be a good addition to the existing thresholds, and it is not going to take anything away from the existing scheme of things. So this is the point which I wanted to make on deal value.
Can I come in here?
Yeah, please.
Arijit, I just want to highlight one thing that deal value or revenue. It will be better probably to look at revenue share in the given market and invest time and money in defining markets properly, okay, based on evidence, of course, rather than straying, I'm using the word probably strongly, but straying into a territory which is clearly going to go wrong in most of the cases. Clearly, deal value will go wrong in most cases because it's nothing to do with market share in by and large, because investors do not look for deal value straight away with market share. They will just look at the market and then say what's the value of the profitability there and then backwork the valuation. That's the only thing. Maybe stay closer to the consumer issue and the market issue and control and dominance issue by putting, if it's revenue, then revenue share would be more relevant than just plain revenue. That's the only point I had.
So we are running out of time. So Vipul, if you could answer the
penalty.
The
standstill obligation point. So I'm just making the point on the standstill obligation. And
no, the penalty provisions first, because I asked you whether the penalties were too soft.
On the penalty provision.
Yeah.
But then the problem is that, the range of penalty, the explanation for that lies in the concept of standstill violations. And for that, I'll have to give you a very brief kind of an overview. What happens is that gun jumping is a very broad concept in its own right, and it can take many forms. The first one being that initially there used to be a time when the notice was required to be filed within 30 days of execution of definitive agreements. Now, in that case, if someone has not notified the combination within 30 days, they have notified it on the 31st or 32nd day, there will be a technical violation, so to say. Now, you cannot compare this case with someone, which consummates the combination without notifying it at all. So one extreme, just a technical violation, and to the other extreme, someone has consummated without filing the notice at all. Now, the third situation comes that the notice has been filed in time, but with the evolving jurisprudence, some issues may be unclear to the parties, and they have advertently or inadvertently undertaken certain conduct, which is going under the contravention of standstill obligations. Now, in this case, the focus may be more on the, educating the stakeholders, more on informing them of the requisite regulatory framework rather than imposition of penalty. So, under all these circumstances, the penalties are going to be broad-ranging. So that is why the current range of penalties, which you brought out, is basically to take care of all the various situations which we come across as a part of gun jumping investigations.
Karan, linked to, what Vipul just said about standstill agreements, what additional guardrails would you recommend in this regard?
Guardrails for companies to?
Yeah.
I think the main point is first knowing where you stand, where the law, the legal provisions. A lot of times I must tell you from experience that the M&A lawyers have already made the SPA and then suddenly realized, oh, we may have a filing in India, and you go, filing anywhere in the world, and you may have to go and do that. By that time, you've already hard negotiated those standstill provisions, you've negotiated timelines, long stop dates, and so on and so forth. So it's important is to take this sort of cross-functional approach very early on. The second aspect is understanding what the law, the demands of the law is. We've had, in the last, I would say 2 or 3 years, we've about averaging about 4 or 5 cases of gun jumping every year. And that's not something which is unusual. You see, there's the International Competition Network did a survey and found a lot of other jurisdictions older than India having sort of a similar number of transactions which have been found to be indulging in gun jumping. Now, where does that leave us? It leaves us with a scenario where the CCI's guidance and its precedents, decisional practice, will be instructive of what has to be done and what doesn't have to be. We spoke about, the standstill provisions, what has to be, whether or not you maintain the status quo of the company between signing and closing. Now that we have the Adani Green case, which is very clear as to what is expected of companies. Equally, if there is the real intention of a transaction is not filed, and the whole, as Mr. Goval was saying, this is a trust-based scenario. If you're not providing the entire information to the CCI, and the CCI finds tomorrow that the information is incomplete, it invalidates your notice, and then you are set with a large fine to deal with. All this means that you have to take those precautions early on, assume the risk that if you don't go to the relevant regulator, you're going to be fined. And from a regulator's perspective, this is something Ukraine used to have this really low thresholds, which every transaction in India had to be filed there. Austria, Germany used to have similar. But what they came out with was realization that we still want to know what has changed in the economy, what are the structures of the market that have changed. So they came out with an amnesty scheme. We will not fine you, but come and tell us what the transaction is about. So those are sort of things where there could be confidence building on both sides and a more understanding of how the law operates.
You talked about the Adani Green SB Energy case, but there one can argue that it became evident that there are no legislative or precedential bright line and exhaustive tests in India to definitively reach a conclusion.
So Ajit, I think there's globalization of competition law. The rules don't really. The rules change country to country. The competition assessment changes country to country. But predominantly, what we have here in India is not so different what you'll have in Singapore or in Korea or in the UK. So it's not to say that that what the CCI did in Adani Green was something novel. And in fact, there is enough literature in the International Competition Network as well, which talks about these issues and why competition authorities have issues with them, because it could lead to softening of competition. Imagine a scenario where companies have softly integrated in this manner and the transaction breaks. But by that time, information flows have taken place. Control has taken place, which would lead to that even if they were to go back to the original scenario where they would still be competitors of each other, the competition would have softened, and I would have already revealed my cards to my competitor, which I would have otherwise not done so.
Understood.
Can I just add one more point? Sorry, just to... I think there is still a lot of room for, I think we were going back to private equity. Even if you look at the sort of the current decisions on gun jumping, we have seen that there could be some, and we've been working very closely with the combination divisions to asking for those guidance. Lawyers thrive when there is gray. But here, I think for the larger perspective, which is that some guidance on how do we calculate thresholds, do controlled entities come within the ambit or not, are all things where we're looking for guidance from the CCI, and I'm sure that will come soon.
Ram, if we talk about vertical and horizontal merger, I want to understand from you, what's the theory of harm when one considers vertical mergers?
Okay. Vertical mergers are basically transactions between two parties in a value chain.
Yeah.
And just an easy example, between a supplier of inputs with the person who is buying those inputs. So there are, I think Vipul alluded to it, there is the big issue of foreclosure of markets.
Yeah.
So if there are multiple entities buying that input and one of the buyers acquires the input producer, then there could be a situation where the input is not available to others in the marketplace because, they are competing entities and the person who's acquiring the supplier of the input is basically foreclosing the market to the others. That is one concern. The other concern is something which is, the EU law talks a lot about it. It's called margin squeeze.
Mm-hmm.
It's the same concept that, if there are two entities which are competing with each other, but one entity goes and buys the input producer, and now it is able to reduce its price because for the final product, because it's now acquired a supplier of the input and there are no double margins associated with it, then the other competitor gets squeezed out of the market, right? To my knowledge, the lawyers would be able to clarify. There is no margin squeeze in Section 4, which is the abuse of dominance section per se, but it is something that you need to be concerned about when you're looking at a vertical merger.
But then, Mr. Govill, are horizontal mergers much more problematic? I mean, I'm asking this because, as I said, as a layman or as a media person, there is a perception that there are some conglomerates who are creating monopolies. Adani is in port, in airports. In fact, in some cases, they are also buying ports through which brands or commodities they themselves market also passes through. So it's both vertical and horizontal. So there is a perception issue that's getting created here.
Thank you so much. I think I can put up this question in another way, that there is a perception that somehow competition agencies can either create national champions or can stop them from being in place. So, so that is the perception, that it is somehow with the competition agency. What we do is we do not, when a case comes to us, we would then assess it on the facts of it. For example, it is an acquisition of a port or an acquisition of an airport. We look at the transaction at that stage. So over there we do a assessment, and that assessment is done on the framework. So sometimes that assessment is different from what could be perceived by people, that so many ports are acquired, but actually there is no horizontal problem because there are other ports in the which are what you call addressing the same hinterland, or which are in the same hinterland, or which are giving competitive constraints, or there are certain terminals which are there. Like, for example, in this case, in Chennai, there were some terminals owned by the Singapore port or by the Dubai port, which have got additional, what you call, advantages for pricing, etc. So these type of issues are there. So we would generally consider those issues which are on the table when a merger comes for assessment before us. So that is why sometimes I would not like say in this market versus that market whether horizontal issues are more important or vertical. Vertical issues will be important because in the same supply chain, suppose there is a vertical integration where the port and the other facilities. So basically it comes out to be competition for the market. The port in itself is a market, natural monopoly in itself, but within that, whether the services which are provided are competitive or not. So that is the issue in question in those cases. So we cannot say whether horizontal are more important or vertical are important. Both needs to be assessed, and that's what we do. Even we look at complementarities also.
Okay. Roshan, I mean, Byju's also, as I asked you before, that you've acquired several companies. Some, one may argue, would be vertical, some would argue be horizontal, amalgamation, so to speak. What's your
I wish I was better placed to answer it. As a humble lawyer, I don't really have an answer for you on this. But, like I said, we welcome assessment where it's appropriate, where we think that, there is an impact. Happy to participate and be transparent.
Avantika, do you expect our antitrust authority to be a hipster antitrust authority? Should it go beyond its remit and jump in when it comes to environmental efficiency, because ESG is increasingly becoming issues? It's strictly not its remit, but should it be one?
In this case, I don't think it matters what I think. So if you're asking me to crystal ball gaze and tell you whether the commission will be hipster, no, I don't think it will.
Should it?
Look, if I can speak for what I see, if the commission is confronted with the question of environmental issues, maybe environmental innovation or a killer acquisition in the environmental space, then purely based on the impact on markets and competition, if the commission has jurisdiction, then it will intervene. And I think that is a reasonable position to be in, because just looking at the international discourse on ESG generally, one finds that the exception to my mind was Germany, which suddenly has a hands-off position on ESG, but they were very keen to regulate data, which arguably is not a competition, directly a competition or antitrust issue. So I think if the commission is confronted with a transaction or a situation where it already has jurisdiction, then it may consider consumer preferences or thresholds where environmental efficiencies become relevant. But will they jump into every situation in the presence of various environmental regulators in the country? I don't think so.
So just to add to it, what really is the issue on table is that competition issue has got intersection with a lot of other issues. For example, privacy, data, etc. And a lot of times antitrust authorities are asked to intervene in those areas. And that is something which we need to treat carefully, as to we do not assume what is not in our jurisdiction. And we should not go beyond what is there. But yes, in the case where there is an abuse of dominance, where a player is dominant and when it is using its dominance to bring about changes in privacy, which we may have seen in some of the cases, that is the place where we may need to intervene. And as far as these environment issues are coming, they are coming in a big way. And I think we will be following the same policy which we have been following in the other spheres also, where there is an intersection between different policy alternatives. Yeah.
The green, yeah, please.
So I think I think generally when you look at ESG issues, right, they come under the broad aspect of innovation. Should the commission go in because someone dumped oil into the sea? No, that's for the NGT and for the others to do so. There's the complete direct framework. But if there is an acquisition, like I think I was saying, a killer acquisition, which is going to prevent innovation from coming to the market, that is clearly within the domain of the commission. So it's a question about whether these get scrutinized, when do they get scrutinized, and if they don't, are there any exclusionary conduct subsequently which can be caught under Section 3 and 4? Mm-hmm. So in the wider remit, whether it's technology, whether it's ESG, otherwise, the CCI does have this overall jurisdiction, but within the jurisdiction granted by the legislation to it.
The last question I have before we open the floor to, this panel for questions from the public is to Vipul, the fact that, the Green Channel is certainly a laudable move because I don't think anywhere else in the world clearances this fast are happening in the same day. However, some would argue that the application of that has led to some inconsistencies, such as in airports, for example. Is the Green Channel going to be available to multiple or repeat investments in the same sector?
I think I can take this.
Sure.
See, the basic point one need to understand why we have introduced Green Channel. Green Channel is not something to do with notifiability. For that, there is a Schedule 1. So any transaction which breaches that threshold of combined asset and turnover, that has to be notified. Now, and it should not be exempted either under the de minimis or Schedule 1. That needs to be notified. Now, the point about Green Channel is regarding overlaps, and that has to do with risk. So we have carved out a category of notifiable transactions. So these transactions are notifiable, but these are sort of low-risk transactions. It is the same principle which we use in the airport. So basically, being from the customs background, I understand what Green Channel works. Is we have low-risk passengers, those who are coming and tourists who don't declare. They just move out of the Green Channel. The same is over here, low risk. You self-assess and declare that there is no overlap, so there are no concerns. So those are the transactions which come under the Green Channel. So we will not be looking at from the market share point of view. These Green Channel, like for example, additional what you call overlaps. So what we are looking at is whether there are overlaps or not. That is the and which
why
is
I'm asking this, Manish, is because again, two very large conglomerates. In Tata's case, I think you disallowed, you wanted certain changes, but then one would argue in Adani's a lot of greenfield projects were approved. So that led to a lot of debate.
Yeah, I think there's some sort of a
There was a GMR
So that is the commission had allowed. The commission had allowed the transaction, but there were certain concerns, and they were asked, and some voluntary remedies. Some voluntary remedies were given by the parties, and subject to that, it was allowed. But it was not because of the commission. I think the parties on their own had not gone ahead with that transaction. So those remedies have not been implemented because the transaction did not take place. In other case, again, it's a case of a horizontal merger where there are no overlaps. So if there is one airport in India, one airport in France, so they are not competing with each other. Every airport is a single airport, and it's just investment. So in that case, where there is no overlap, then we don't see the size of the transaction. It is just whether there is no overlap or not. So that is the case. So each case has to be seen in the right perspective. You cannot compare them.
Okay, understood. But let's now, open this panel to questions. So if anyone has any, please identify yourself and direct the question to anyone in the panel.
I think everybody is tired. Afternoon session. So not much energy. Yes, Aparna is. Yeah, please.
Thank you. I actually don't have a question, but I just want to understand something, and I think that's something we need guidance as an industry. Sorry. My name is Aparna. I'm a partner with Shardul Amarchand. I think item 1, which is our minority shareholder exemption, which is available to private equity, that was an issue which was discussed by the panel. And I think the panel left with very valuable points on at what stage we need to see a private equity as a passive player and then see a private equity as a strategic player. And keeping that aspect in mind, I think as stakeholders, speaking on behalf of private equity players and clients, there is a need of guidance to understand at what stage for notifiability, whether that one board seat is being viewed as control, and at what stage then genuinely it is a control which that private equity is exercising. We understand that when that board seat is coupled with veto rights, may change the color and the flavor. So I think that is where guidance is needed, whether through, orders or through revision of FAQs, that will be helpful.
Yeah, thanks, Aparna. That's a pertinent point which you have made. In fact, we have the benefit of, in fact, it's a commission which had the benefit of looking at a lot of gun jumping cases in the recent past, and sort of a clarity has come out with us, and we have come out with the decisions, certain decisions recently on 43A. We will also be coming out with FAQs, and that is something which has been, even the Honorable Finance Minister has told us to come out with FAQs on these issues. So I think we'll get the clarity over there. So just now it's not right to really give you what the idea is. We can speak separately on this too.
Mr. Srinivasan, you want to ask? Or okay. I think no other questions, so request Manish to sum up our session. Lots of points, I know.
Thank you, Arijit. And yeah, respected Chair, Mr. Bishnoi, my fellow panelists and dear friends, I think it is a very, very difficult point to sum up this panel because a lot of points have been touched on. We started with a discussion on notifiability of minority acquisition and strategic investment. Then we went ahead and discussed about digital mergers. A lot of issues were discussed in the digital mergers regarding the assessment framework, what are the challenges in the assessment framework. We also dealt with small target mergers and deal value thresholds, and we got the benefit from getting the views from the industry, both from the brick and mortar side and also from the digital side on small target exemption and the desirability of having to introduce an additional threshold, which is regarding deal value threshold. After that, we had a long discussion on vertical mergers and supply chains. And here also, the Commission's practices were discussed. And we also discussed about standstill obligation and gum jumping, And very, very interesting, this is for the first time this issue came about hipster antitrust. So that was also an issue. I think this is something which is debated in the US also. Recently they have spoken about antitrust involvement in the employment side, labor market side. So some non-compete clauses were entered into in the labor market. So whether the antitrust authorities should be looking at these or not. And that has been a very, very interesting discussion. I must say, a lot of new issues. And just a point which I want to make is about the digital markets. There is a sort of concern in the digital market as more of this market. Because what is the digital market? The digital market is a market which is created by a lot of people. There are people like Arijit, who produces news. There are artists, there are musicians, there are technicians, engineers, computer people. They are a community of people who have created this digital space. And they interact with each other on the basis of trust and collaboration. On the other hand, it is the corporates which rule over the digital space. And every time you enter into a website, you enter into a contract. So it is more about contracts. And when those contracts are when those contracts are broken, or not even broken, or sometimes inadvertently those happens, they have got huge muscle power, and they bring you in the courts. And so there is a lot of conflict, and which leads to what is this antitrust. So really in the digital market, as each of us is a stakeholder in this market, we have to see that these markets are democratic. We have to move from conflict to collaboration, from contracts to community work, and from antitrust to trust. So that's how we'll have a more vibrant so we have to keep the basic objective. And I think that has something which came out in the last discussion also. So our antitrust analysis in the digital market should be grounded in the realities, and not only the realities of the antitrust frame, it should be grounded in the reality, in the Indian realities, in the context of the Indian realities. So that's all. I would not take much of your time, and I would thank all the participants who have come here and heard us patiently on a Saturday afternoon. And I would thank...
after lunch.
After lunch. Thank you so much.
Mr. Bishnoi, if you could deliver the vote of thanks and your closing remarks, sir.
Thank you, Arijit. My closing remarks will be in the nature of a vote of thanks. I will first begin by thanking you for so ably steering our discussions today. I can say with certainty and confidence that our discussions would not have had the richness that they had if you had not guided us so ably. So thank you very much, Mr. Burman. We are indeed grateful to you.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Chandiok, the Commission knows you well and holds you in esteem. I thank you for your inputs on what is happening in other jurisdictions, on deal value threshold for notification, and also on ESG. Your inputs will be most useful to us. I come to Ms. Avantika Kakkar, who represents a number of clients before the Commission. I would first like to assure her that what she thinks definitely matters to the Commission. So we are most appreciative of the thoughts you have shared with us on common ownership and minority acquisitions, on innovation theory of harm, and ESG. Thank you very much. Mr. Ramesh Subramaniam, you have brought the business perspective to us. That is particularly valuable. We have taken note of what you've said on minority acquisitions, small target exemptions, and investment protection measures. We will certainly take your perspectives into account. Mr. Roshan Thomas, you are the go-to person for insights on mergers in the digital space. Thank you very much for sharing your experience with the CCI. You've done a great deal of advocacy for us today, so thank you very much. We've also taken note of your thoughts on gun jumping and the perspective of startups. Dr. Ram Tamara, you have valuable and vast research experience, which you have kindly shared with us today. We carry away with us many important perspectives that you have shared, particularly on vertical mergers and supply chains, competition assessment in digital markets, and killer acquisitions. Last but not the least, my two dear colleagues from the Commission, Advisor Manish Goval and Joint Director Vipul Puri. They are the very pillars of the regulatory functions we carry out in our combination division. I'm happy that apart from being enriched by the perspectives of other panelists, you have also been able to bring our viewpoint to the gathering. Distinguished panelists, esteemed guests, markets are dynamic and so should be regulation. It is only through sessions like this that the regulator can be abreast of new developments. It is, in our view, extremely important for us to consult industry and all other stakeholders in such a manner. I hope this session has been useful to the panelists and to people in the audience. It has certainly been so for the Commission. And I thank you very much on behalf of the organization. I thank you all.
Thank you, sir. May I now request to kindly present the mementos to our distinguished panelists as a token of our appreciation. Request you, sir, to present the memento to Mr. Karan Singh Chandyok, partner Chandyok and Mahajan. To Ms. Avantika Kakkar, partner Cyril Amarchand Mangaldas. To Mr. Ramesh Subramaniam, Senior Vice President, Tata Sons. Mr. Roshan Thomas, Group General Counsel, Byju's. Dr. Ramji Tamara, Senior Economist, Econ One Research LLC. We conclude the session with a group photograph of the panelists. We request all of you to please step back for a group photo, or stand up maybe, just here. I think you can. I'm so sorry, sir, Mr. Arijit Burman. Yeah, I forgot to take his name. We have to present the memento to Mr. Arijit Burman, who's the moderator of our session. Ladies and gentlemen, please give him a big hand.
Yeah.
Program, we request all our distinguished guests to please join us for tea. Thank you so much. We request the CCI officials to kindly be in the hall.
For all